But in my ethereal soul form, I, Gruhan, am acutely aware that I have been reincarnated into a sword. Through centuries of solitude, I have been wielded by countless masters. I forged them into legendary titans whose names are carved into history, until finally I met the true soulmate of my existence. A boy hailing from the obscure, nameless village of Leon Beck. Side by side, we traversed every corner of the world. Together, we achieved legendary feats of arms that no mortal could ever hope to rival. On one desolate, freezing day, relentless bolts of lightning rained from the heavens. In a heartbeat, a cataclysmic explosion sent violent tremors through the earth. In that chaos, he fought desperately just to maintain his grip on Gruhan. Forced onto one knee, he still struggled valiantly against the crushing weight of the elements. But looming before him was a ferocious evil dragon that granted its prey no reprieve. The beast let out a bone-chilling roar, commanding him to rise once more. In that instant, the evil dragon unleashed a devastating surge of raw magical power. Without a flicker of hesitation, he ignited his own mana in response. With an explosive burst of strength, he shattered the incoming assault. Then, a confident smirk played on his lips. "Let's finish this, my friend." The moment the words escaped him, he tightened his grip and charged headlong at his foe. The evil dragon barely had time to register his gaze of absolute, unyielding determination. In a flash, he launched himself high into the air. He aimed a lethal arc straight at the dragon's skull, and finally, a devastating, killing blow was unleashed. When we finally brought down the white dragon of the frozen mountains, my comrade ascended to become the sovereign of a kingdom, and I became the living legend known as the Dragon Slayer. Back then, he entreated Gruhan, "Please, watch over my descendants," a sacred vow I swore to his bloodline. Opening my eyes once more, I, Gruhan, sensed a pathetic commotion nearby. Waking from my slumber, I felt nothing but irritation. Why is it so damn noisy? A moment later, Rohan recoiled in disgust. How grating! What insolent brat dares to manhandle my physical form? Meanwhile, Adrian was bellowing, "From this day forth, I am the master of this blade," while the frantic soldiers tried to intervene, crying, "Your Highness, that artifact is forbidden to all but His Majesty. Please stand down." Hearing this, Gruhan was struck with disbelief. What? A prince? He immediately glared at Adrian. This pig? Meanwhile, he's still throwing a tantrum. Shut your mouths. In this realm, nothing is off limits to me. Gruhan found the reality hard to stomach. This cannot be happening. He swiftly activated judgment. I must verify this lineage with my own eyes. As the interface manifested, Rohan was left utterly speechless. Seeing the name Leon Beck, he realized this was indeed the descendant of his old friend. Yet, he muttered in sheer doubt. How can a scion of the Sword Saint possess such pathetic potential? Adrian, meanwhile, was huffing with this in my hand, both the king and those arrogant nobles. His voice dripped with malice. They will never dare to overlook me again. Observing this, he felt a wave of pure contempt. A truly pathetic creature, daring to utter such delusions. Oblivious, Adrian screamed, "O great dragon slayer, grant me your power." Rohan retorted instantly, "Are you delusional? Why would I ever lend my strength to a worm like you?" Undeterred, Adrian continued his arrogant shouting. Rohan watched in horror as he swung the blade wildly, terrorizing everyone in sight. "Prince Gruhan, please restrain yourself. Drawing a weapon within the palace walls is strictly forbidden." But he erupted in fury. "Silence! How dare you command me? Do you seek death?" As he lunged forward, he snarled, "Once Gruhan's power is mine, you worthless trash will." In that split second, Adrian's clumsy body suddenly lurched out of balance. By a twist of cruel fate, the blade rotated back toward his own chest. In a terrifying flash, the razor-sharp tip drew closer and closer. A heartbeat later, the soldiers' faces drained of color, frozen in pure horror. Adelia instinctively clamped her hands over her mouth to stifle a scream. An instant later, frantic cries echoed through the hall. "Your Highness." Amidst the bedlam, Gruhan was equally stunned. They scrambled over one another, screaming for the royal physician to be summoned immediately. Looking down at Adrian, the truth finally sank in. Wait, is the idiot who got stabbed by the sword actually this bastard? Suddenly, Gruhan's consciousness began to fracture, and his vision dissolved into a hazy blur. Despite his fierce resistance, he realized with dread that he was about to faint for the first time in his eternal existence as a blade. If Prince Adrian were to ascend the throne, this kingdom would be doomed to a swift and certain ruin. He hadn't inherited a single spark of royal talent, yet he stood unrivaled in arrogance. He was utterly incompetent, yet his greed eclipsed the entire realm. A dense, slothful, and sadistic glutton. That was the first prince, Adrian Leonberg. Like a localized eclipse over the kingdom's future, a peculiar rumor began to take root while the prince lay suspended between life and death. The palace staff began whispering in the shadows. "He seems different lately, doesn't he? You're right. The dining tables are still standing, and he's finally ditched those low-life thugs." Then their voices turned mocking. "Even a monster like the first prince must feel a shred of shame. He's likely just playing dead because he's terrified. Give it time. The beast always returns to its old habits." Isolated in his chambers, the man now inhabiting Prince Adrian dismissed the gossip entirely. "I still can't wrap my head around this." His mind was a storm of confusion. "I actually struck down my comrade's own flesh and blood and usurped his vessel." Suddenly, a sharp announcement cut through the silence. "Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived. Please, presentable yourself immediately for his audience." Hearing this, he scowled. That old man didn't spare a glance while I was at death's door. Why grace me with his presence now? A nearby maid hissed a panicked warning. "Your Highness, the royal knights have ears like hawks." She added with a trembling voice, "I beg of you, guard your tongue." His mentor entered with a deepening frown. "I heard you crawled back from the abyss, but it seems your vile temperament remains perfectly intact." He issued a cold, dismissive command, "Begone." His Majesty expects nothing from this meeting regardless. Adrian, however, was lost in thought. Who the hell is this guy? The mentor's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "We share the sacred bond of master and disciple, yet you stare at me as if I'm a stranger?" From those sharp words, he deduced the truth. So this man was the pig's instructor? Meanwhile, the man's voice rose in irritation. "Your Highness?" Adrian feigned a hesitant response. "My memories are a fragmented mess. Your face feels familiar, yet the details slip through my fingers." The mentor's face contorted with disbelief. "What? Don't tell me," but a booming voice cut him short. "Make way for His Majesty the King." Despite the gravity, Adrian remained profoundly unimpressed. "The king?" he mused with bored indifference. "I suppose that makes him this bastard's father." But as the figure approached, Adrian's eyes widened. "He carries himself with more dignity than I anticipated." The emperor loomed over Adrian with a gaze of pure ice. "I once feared that with each generation, the lion's blood would be diluted into that of a common cur." Adrian gave credit where it was due. Judging by the king's aura, perhaps the lineage isn't entirely lost. The emperor spoke. "Since you lack the decency to greet your own father, it seems a brush with the reaper hasn't refined your character." The mentor quickly interjected. "Your Majesty, I have just been informed that the prince's memories have been shattered." An official cried out in feigned distress. "Mercy! Why was such a catastrophe hidden from a king? Summon the healers to examine His Highness at once." Moments later, Adrian found himself under the scrutiny of the royal physician once again. Yet, the physician remained perplexed. "I can find no physical trauma or abnormality within His Highness's body." He eventually offered a tentative theory. However, it is highly probable that his mind has retreated due to the sheer psychological trauma of the event. The emperor let out a hollow mutter. "Amnesia? while Adrian felt a surge of tension. Does he suspect the truth? Instead, the king let out a mocking sneer. How incredibly convenient. To claim you no longer remember a single thing. The emperor's words cut like a hot iron. Does a lapse in memory truly erase the mountain of sins you've committed? Before he could react, the king pressed on. Men often stumble and make catastrophic choices. They may commit acts that the world finds abhorrent. If they learn from the fall and never repeat the sin, we call it growth. With a snarl of pure disappointment, the emperor added, "But you have simply wiped the slate clean." He continued his relentless verbal assault. By forgetting everything, you have learned nothing. You haven't taken a single step away from the failure you used to be. Finally, the emperor delivered his verdict. You are a lost cause, incapable of evolution. The mentor scrambled to intervene. Your Majesty, please control your wrath. Adrian was genuinely stunned. He's shredding my dignity right to my face. As the king turned his back, Adrian cursed internally, "Damn, I've really inherited a disaster. Forget royal treatment. I'm barely being treated like a human being." Adrian looked down at his soft hands in disgust. Just what kind of pathetic life was this kid leading? Suddenly, he was pulled into a frantic embrace. "Ian." The queen held him tightly, her voice a soothing balm. "I've heard the news. You must be so frightened. Don't worry, your memories will return in time." She pulled him even closer, as if to shield him. "Actually, that mediocre, painful past. Perhaps it's a blessing that it's gone." The queen's expression clouded with motherly sorrow. "I can't stand to see your beautiful face looking so gaunt. My poor, suffering son." Adrian broke into a cold sweat. "Where exactly am I looking gaunt?" She forced a fragile smile through her tears. "In any case, I am simply overwhelmed with joy that you open your eyes again." Then, her tone shifted to a gentle plea. "You must promise me to never touch such treacherous weapons again. If the worst had happened." She trailed off, biting her lip to keep her composure from breaking. The queen whispered in a broken voice, "I cannot even fathom a world without you." Adrian felt a sharp pang of guilt. "Forgive me, but your real son is already gone." The internal storm raged within him until the fall of night. This new life was a crushing weight. Eventually, the queen released him from her care. "I shall return tomorrow. Sleep now, so your body may mend." With her departure, Adrian finally let out a long, heavy breath of relief. In the sudden silence, he faced his reality. My old friend begged me to protect his bloodline, and instead, I've stolen the life of his descendant. Accident or not, the blood of this boy is on my hands. The conflict gnawed at his soul, but his resolve hardened. Since fate has played this hand, there is no turning back. I will live a life of greatness, if only to honor the one I replaced. Adrian reached a grim resolution. I'm a blade reborn. I've spent an eternity fixing the failures of others. This vessel may be bloated and devoid of talent, but it will suffice. With that conviction, he squeezed his fists white. I simply need to reconstruct my foundation from nothing. A sharp, arrogant smirk played on his lips. Do you have any idea how many legendary brats I've forged throughout the eons? Wasting no time, Adrian sprang into action. Priority 1. I must manifest a mana heart. He took a deep, rhythmic breath, drawing the thin strands of ambient mana into his lungs. Closing his eyes, he focused his will on condensing the energy into a singular, dense core. The mana ignited within him, blazing with the intensity of a roaring furnace. However, a heartbeat later, the light flickered out and dissolved into nothingness. Adrian's expression froze in a mask of pure shock. Cold dread washed over him as sweat poured down his brow. The mana leaked. This pathetic body can't even hold the charge. Refusing to yield, Adrian desperately attempted to gather the scattered mana once more. This time, he ground his teeth together, fighting to stabilize the flow. Again, his entire nervous system crackled as the magical current surged through his veins. But the final result left him collapsed on the floor, utterly defeated. Gasping for air, Adrian hissed a curse under his breath. What? What kind of defective, cursed husk is this? Adrian let out a howl of frustration. If I were my true form, I'd fix this pathetic constitution by sheer force of will. Just then, a tentative knock echoed at the door. Your Highness, pray forgive the interruption. A servant entered, trembling as she carried a steaming bowl of tonic. A special decoction from a queen. It is bitter, but its restorative properties are unmatched. Fighting to keep her voice steady, she added, Please, for the sake of Her Majesty's devotion, drink. As she spoke, the servant's eyes darted away, filled with a haunting fear. She vividly recalled the old Adrian screaming, I told you I won't touch that filth. While she prayed she wouldn't be struck by the bowl. But the man before her now was wide-eyed with surprise. That scent, the realization hit him instantly. That's not just medicine, it's concentrated mana. Without a second's hesitation, Adrian snatched the bowl from her hands. He threw his head back and drained the entire vessel in one massive, desperate gulp. The servant could only stare in mute bewilderment at the sight. Meanwhile, he thrust the empty bowl back at her. Content, now vanish. Startled by his urgency, she stammered, Why yes, Your Highness, while Adrian immediately shut his eyes. Good. Round 3. He squeezed his eyes shut, hyper-focusing the medicinal mana directly into his palms. Feeling the energy finally take root, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Success. It held, yet concern still gnawed at him. This reservoir is pathetic. It'll evaporate within a day at this rate. With that, he barked at the retreating servant. You. She spun around instantly, yes? And he cut straight through the pleasantries. Can you give me more of that tonic? Lots more. Several days passed, and the mana Adrian had painstakingly cultivated was now a surging tide compared to before. Finally satisfied with the volume, a triumphant smile crossed his face. The time has come. Tonight, the mana heart is born. As he hammered the raw energy toward his heart, he thought, I've guided 1,000 heroes through this. Creating a mana heart is second nature to me. Suddenly, Adrian's face contorted in agony. The sensation was so excruciatingly raw he gasped. This is absolute torture. Memories of his past masters flashed before him. It burns. It feels like my internal organs are liquefying and my ribs are being crushed from within. In that moment of clarity, a terrifying truth dawned on him. Right. The baptism of the mana heart. He wheezed, fighting for every breath. I forgot how much humans had to suffer for this power. But Adrian clamped his jaw shut. I will not break. I will not lose consciousness. Knowing the stakes, he warned his fading mind, faint now, and the mana will reverse, tearing my soul apart. He screwed his eyes shut to anchor his spirit. He clutched his chest, a silent mantra of focus screaming in his head. At the critical juncture, Adrian seized the wild, chaotic mass of energy. Steady. Don't rush it. Slowly, he tamed the violent current, weaving it through the delicate pathways of his heart. Gradually, the turbulence smoothed out like a mirror-still lake as the new core absorbed the essence. Adrian sat perfectly still, feeling the essence integrate into his very being. A heartbeat later, he slowly unveiled his eyes to witness the fruit of his labor. Realizing his foundation was finally stable, he let out a triumphant roar. Yes. Adrian was beyond ecstatic. This time, it isn't a heart forged for some other master. This is my own mana heart, pulsating solely for me. With a surge of primal pride, he shouted, I've done it. The core is complete. As he celebrated, a spectral system interface abruptly manifested. Mana heart successfully manifested. He stood paralyzed for several minutes, his mind reeling from the unexpected intrusion. Then, Adrian squinted. A status window? Are you serious? He reached out, trying to grasp the digital shimmer to verify its reality. This is identical to the status notifications I used to project to my wielders when I was a blade. Why is this power manifesting within me now? In that instant, the system surged into overdrive. What? Wait, A heartbeat later, he was buried under a relentless avalanche of notifications. What the hell is this madness? Finally, the system bestowed upon him clairvoyance and enhanced hearing. Adrian whispered in disbelief, "Divine gifts?" Right then, his field of vision suddenly zoomed in with predatory precision. Adrian could discern every microscopic vein on the distant leaves. Incredible. My sight is infinitely sharper than any mortal's. That wasn't all. The faint vibrations of distant conversations began to echo in his mind. Wait, I can actually intercept their whispers? Every sound from the hallway flooded his senses. Don't you know his temper? He likely threw a colossal tantrum. Adrian looked stunned. I can hear every word through the reinforced oak doors. However, his triumph was cut short by a searing, lancing headache. The system immediately flashed a crimson warning. Mana reserves depleted. Adrian groaned as the realization hit. I see. So this is the reality of being extremely restricted, is it? At the same time, a flicker of regret touched him. He discovered that the omnidirectional awareness he once held, seeing everything without a single blind spot, was gone. The absolute, divine perception I possessed as a sword has truly withered away. Standing in the center of the cavernous room, he mused currently by scraping together this pathetic sliver of mana, no thicker than a mouse's tail. All I can manage is eavesdropping and slight visual enhancement. Adrian reassured himself, this is just the beginning. Everything changes once I expand my mana reservoir. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his stomach let out a thunderous growl. His mood instantly soured. I am famished. The servant responded in a panic. A feast will be served immediately, sire. Meanwhile, Adrian pivoted his focus. First, I must master the mechanics of this clumsy human frame. Shortly after his meal, the queen glided in, her face radiant. Simply marvelous. She showered him with praise. You actually drank it. Every last drop of the tonic I sent. You finally realized the importance of preserving your own life. Just then, a stern figure entered the room, and the queen gestured toward him. Oh, that's right. She leaned in and asked, do you recognize this man? Adrian gave a flat, immediate denial. No, not a clue. Hearing that, she turned worriedly to Bill. It seems his memories are truly shattered. You must guide this boy, Bill. He's your own nephew. Adrian listened intently, piecing the puzzle together. I was wondering who this arrogant soul was. So, he's the queen's younger brother. Meanwhile, the queen pleaded. After all, is he not your only bloodkin? Over here. Bill merely smirked, his eyes cold. You speak as if he's lost something precious. It's not like his past was worth remembering anyway. Adrian instantly evaluated him. Just one look, and I can tell this man harbors nothing but contempt for me. In response to the tension, Bill's voice turned dangerously stern. Let me be crystal clear about one thing. Bill declared with brutal honesty. The only help I intend to offer is assisting you in shedding that disgusting layers of fat. Then he leaned in, emphasizing, I have nothing else to give you, so abandon any delusions of favoritism. The queen nodded frantically. That alone would be a miracle. Still, Bill reminded her, do not forget this feeling of desperation. Amidst the mounting pressure, only Adrian remained unfazed as he locked eyes with Bill. That terrifying, predatory glare from Bill followed him all the way to the dusty training grounds. Without a shred of hesitation, the man shoved Adrian roughly to the dirt. Then, Bill solemnly announced, from this moment on, whether you eat or even draw breath, you require my explicit permission. If you expect royal treatment, burn that thought now. Furthermore, he smirked with pure mockery. Struggle well. Who knows? I might actually pity you enough to teach you a fragment of our family's secret arts. Adrian was left speechless by the audacity. How delusional. You're lecturing the Grand Master who forged the invincible knight and mentored the very king who founded this nation. Despite that, Bill continued to degrade him. Look at all that blubber quivering. You must be drowning in resentment right now, aren't you? Suppressing his burgeoning fury, Adrian spoke with icy calm. Uncle, let's make a wager. Adrian met his gaze head-on and proposed. Within 6 months, I will force you to acknowledge me. He thought, I absolutely must shatter the arrogance in those eyes. He laid out the stakes. If I fail, I am your puppet to command as you see fit. However, if I succeed, you will grant me any one wish I desire. Seeing this spark, Bill showed a flicker of genuine interest. Amusing. He gave a curt nod. Fine, consider the bet on. I could use a little entertainment to pass the time. But it didn't take long for Adrian to scream in agony. This wretched body. He looked at his trembling limbs and felt a pang of regret. I certainly talked a big game, but, refusing to yield, he immediately began funneling his hard-earned mana directly into his legs. As he surged forward, Adrian thought, mana is the only way. For now, I'll focus every drop on incinerating this excess weight from the inside out. The moment he sensed the shift in energy, Bill was jolted into shock. This brat. Don't tell me. He lunged forward to intervene. Adrian, you madman, stop. Bill decelerated his pace, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the unique mana fluctuations radiating from the boy. The words barely left his lips before he demanded, did you truly manifest a mana heart on your own? Adrian merely let a sharp, knowing smirk tug at the corner of his mouth. This little thing? He pivoted into a goading tone. Indeed. I forged it just moments ago. Why the long face? Starting to regret our little wager already? His confidence was met with a thunderous roar. What kind of suicidal fool attempts to manifest a mana heart in this day and age? Bill stepped into his space, eyes blazing. Where in the 7 hells did you even unearth such a primitive technique? You're standing there looking proud, completely oblivious to the disaster you've invited. Adrian felt a rare flicker of genuine confusion. It's a mana heart, the foundation of power. What's the issue? The response he received was a verbal slap. It's a gutter-tier technique used only by bottom-feeding mercenaries. Adrian's voice caught in his throat. His composure shattered as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. What? A cold sweat broke across Adrian's brow. It felt as if the very pillars of his reality had crumbled. The insult echoed through the chambers of his mind. A primitive relic. A joke used only by the lowest class of sellswords. Adrian's features were a chaotic mask of disbelief and soul-crushing shock. Forcing his racing heart to still, he demanded, explain yourself. What do you mean by primitive? Bill didn't hesitate. Seeing is believing. Watch. With a flick of his wrist, Bill manifested a shimmering, rotating ring of pure mana. Observe carefully. Adrian's eyes widened, mesmerized. Mana, condensed into the shape of a ring. Without a moment's warning, Bill hurled the oscillating ring directly at the prince. Upon impact, the ring didn't just strike, it completely neutralized and shattered Adrian's defensive magic. Bill lectured as the dust settled. Mana chains possess the unique property of shattering the sword chi of a mana heart. They are vastly superior, stabler, faster, and more efficient. He delivered the killing blow to Adrian's pride. Even the Li clan, those stubborn relics who refused to abandon the mana heart, were wiped from existence a century ago. It is a dead art. Moments later, Adrian was hunched over an ancient tome, eyes scanning the pages. The world has moved on without me. He devoured the text, piece by piece. Mages now manifest through circles, while knights weave intricate chains to harness their mana. The hierarchy of power was now measured by the weight of these links, from a mere 1-chain novice to the legendary 5-chain masters. Absorbing this, Adrian's eyes sharpened. I see. So the world hasn't just changed, it's evolved. But the old ways aren't entirely trash. Suddenly, he paused on a name. Onjin Gun. Onjin Gun. That name tastes like old blood on my tongue. In a heartbeat, the fog of time cleared, triggering a vivid surge of memory. He drifted back to an era of steel and smoke. A young, arrogant Ernest had once challenged him. So, you're the legendary sword saint? The memory of the boy gripping his blade was crystal clear. I am Ernest Onjin Gun. I'm here to prove your title belongs to me. Adrian recalled the sensation of that fight. A dark, alien art that defied both logic and magic. A dark, amused smirk spread across his face. No wonder the name felt like a familiar itch. Adrian felt a flicker of predatory curiosity. So, whatever became of that ambitious little brat? The following dawn arrived with the usual cold clarity. Following his ingrained discipline, Adrian arrived at the training grounds to ignite his blood. Out of the blue, Bill's voice cut through the morning air. "Did you finish that book last night?" He approached with a heavy, judgmental stride. By now, even someone as dense as you must realize how moronic your choice was. Instead of cowering, Adrian simply gave a slow, nonchalant shrug of his shoulders. He looked his uncle dead in the eye and replied, "I don't regret my choice. Not in the slightest." Bill let out a long, weary sigh. "Are you truly that stubborn? Or are you just too dim-witted to grasp the gravity of your situation?" In a defiant display, Adrian flared his mana, the aura shimmering with a density that shouldn't be possible. Not all mana hearts are forged equal. He leveled a piercing gaze at Bill. "Have you ever heard of a difference in pedigree, uncle?" Bill remained entirely unimpressed, his expression one of bored dismissal. "I was wondering when you'd start babbling nonsense again." He began a grim story. "Mercenary camps are full of fools like you, delusional dreamers who think they've rediscovered some lost, ancient power. Do you want to know their fate?" Bill's voice turned cold as ice. "They were slaughtered. Not one of them could even stand against a mediocre two-circle mage." He tossed a casual, sharp provocation. "If you're truly such an exception, prove it by defeating a two-chain knight." Bill's lips curled into a victor smirk. "Do that, and I will truly become your guardian, just as your mother so desperately wishes." Facing the mountain of a man, Adrian replied with a chilling calm, "Whether having you as a guardian is a benefit or a burden, I've yet to decide." The air between them instantly turned brittle, frozen by a sudden, violent tension. After a suffocating silence, Bill spoke, his voice dropping an octave. "Are you actually questioning my qualifications to lead you?" In a terrifying display of power, he unleashed his aura. "I am a count of this realm, and the supreme commander of the northern legions." The ground cracked beneath Bill's heel as he stepped forward. Master of the Black Spear Cavalry, and one of the 5 silver lions who guard the throne. The atmosphere exploded with the weight of his presence. "I am a man who has woven 4 chains of absolute power." Bill's eyes ignited with the fierce intensity of a veteran commander. Raising his voice like a rolling thunder, he declared, "Bill Van Hart, that is the name of the man who will be looming right behind you." Adrian felt the raw, crushing pressure threatening to buckle his knees. "Is that sufficient qualification for you?" In that heartbeat, the Royal Knights surged forward like a coiled spring. They unsheathed their blades with lethal, silver precision, leveling them directly at Bill's throat. He was instantly encaged by steel. "Stand down at once, Count Van Hart." Despite the jagged edge of death surrounding him, Bill merely responded with a smug, predator's grin. Meanwhile, Adrian mirrored the smirk. "Don't you dare crawl back on your word when the time comes." A while later, Adrian was so physically shattered he collapsed into the dirt. That's enough torture for today. With the grueling session concluded, Adrian finally seized a desperate moment to catch his breath. However, his muscles continued to spasm uncontrollably. I was genuinely on the brink of death. Adrian replayed Bill's earlier mockery in his mind. "You think you can challenge me? You think a little grit earns my respect? 2-chain, you'll be lucky to survive a 1-chain novice." Recalling the insult, he hissed a curse through gritted teeth, that sadistic, demonic bastard. As he limped back to his quarters, a figure greeted him. "Your Highness, I have been awaiting your return." Adrian's eyes widened. "The royal physician?" The man bowed cautiously. "I'm deeply moved that you still recall this humble servant." Adrian stared blankly. "Why has the doctor graced me with his presence?" The man quickly clarified. "Her Majesty the Queen has commanded me to mend your wounds with healing magic." Concluding his explanation, he gestured politely. "Now, Your Highness, if you would follow me." However, Adrian's rejection was instantaneous. Without a flicker of doubt, he cast the man out. I don't need your help, so get the hell out. Adrian snarled under his breath. Do you expect me to let the agony I endured today go to waste by erasing the results? Cast, standing in the corner, watched the exchange with an expression of pure apprehension. A few days passed, and the sun rose on another deceptive, beautiful morning. Suddenly, Jillian stormed into the room with aggressive arrogance. Oh, brother, you're actually here? The moment their eyes met, Jillian draped himself in a cloak of insufferable superiority. Adrian, in the middle of a focused meal, was forced to pause his feast. Shoving the final morsel into his mouth, he mused, and who the hell is this annoying brat? Just then, Cass leaned in and whispered, That is the third prince, Your Highness. Adrian was taken aback. The third prince? This kid? Jillian continued his nonchalant assault. I heard you had a little accident, but you look far too healthy. What a pity. Adrian shot back with icy indifference. Spit it out. What do you want? Did you come all this way just to bark? Being a prince must leave you with an embarrassing amount of free time. Jillian's face twisted into a scowl. What right does a failure who stabbed himself have to lecture me? Brushing the insult aside, Jillian grinned smugly. I just caught wind of some very entertaining news. His tone sharpened into a mockery. I heard you made a pathetic bet with Count Van Hart to duel a two-chain knight. Jillian let out a sharp, derisive laugh at the sheer absurdity of the idea. Without missing a beat, Jillian issued a challenge. Why not make me your opponent instead? I'd love to humble you. After the blatant provocation, Adrian simply nodded slowly. I see how it is. Still, irritation gnawed at him. What is wrong with that kid? Is every single descendant of the Leonberg line this defective? Cast whispered again. Third Prince Jillian has been hailed as a swordsmanship prodigy since his youth. Adrian scoffed in surprise. What? That little brat is a prodigy? Clarifying the situation, Cast added, he manifested 2 circles by the age of 14. His growth is terrifying. Adrian raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Suddenly, a maid burst in with urgent news. Your Highness, I apologize for the intrusion, but she was clutching a mountain of parchment. She stammered, These letters were sent specifically to you. Adrian's eyes clouded with suspicion. Letters? These vultures who never look my way are suddenly sending fan mail? As he sifted through the stack, his brow furrowed into a deep, jagged line. Adrian remained deathly silent, fueling the burning curiosity of everyone in the room. Meanwhile, his mind dissected the polite venom in the text. I apologize for the previous incident, Your Highness. I humbly request a duel. If you lack a sparring partner, please allow me the honor. Adrian reached a swift conclusion. In short, they see this as a sanctioned opportunity to beat a villainous prince into the dirt. That's the gist of it, right? Fury flickered in his eyes, making his expression darken. It seems I've become the favorite target of every 2-bit noble in the kingdom. Then Adrian barked a sudden command. The maid jumped. Why, yes, sire. He issued a cold, vengeful order. Record every single name on those letters. Don't miss a single one. Following his meal, Bill caught him off guard by tossing a heavy practice sword at his chest. Adrian looked at the weapon, then at Bill, his confusion plain. Bill wasted no breath on pleasantries, cutting straight to the bone. Pick it up. It's time to see if you're a man or a pig. He continued with a sharp edge to his voice. You need to master at least the fundamentals for this wager to have any merit. I won't entertain any pathetic excuses about losing because you weren't taught the basics. Watching him, Adrian hoisted the blade and mused. He could have just handed it to me like a normal human being. What a prickly bastard. In that moment, Adrian suddenly recoiled in pain. His entire frame spasmed violently. My muscles, they feel like they're being shredded. Bill's sharp eyes caught the tremor instantly. Hold it. He blocked Adrian's movement and demanded, Did you skip out on the healing magic? Adrian shot back with a look of feigned surprise. As a knight of your standing, Uncle, you should know better than that. He nonchalantly explained the logic. Healing magic merely reverts muscles to their original state. It does nothing to foster real growth. Hearing this, Bill gave a slow, contemplative nod. I see your point. But he quickly reclaimed his cold, stern demeanor. Regardless, that's not why I summoned you today. Bill unsheathed his sword in a blur of silver. I won't repeat this, so pay close attention. He flooded the blade with a surge of mana. This is the foundation upon which every knight in this kingdom is built, the training sword style. For a heartbeat, the sword seemed to move in slow motion, and then, with predatory timing, Bill's gaze sharpened to a point. Every single strike was unleashed with mathematical, lethal precision. He spun in a violent arc, the blade whistling as it cut to the left. Without breaking rhythm, he pivoted, delivering a savage horizontal slash to the right. Finally, he adjusted his grip, raising the steel high above his head. For the coup de grace, Bill brought the sword down in a thunderous strike that seemed to split the very air. The surrounding dust was violently repelled by the sheer shockwave of the swing. Adrian stood frozen, his face a hollow mask of utter disbelief. Slowly, he forced the words out. Did you truly just call that a foundation style for beginners? Feeling challenged, Bill clicked his tongue in palpable annoyance. But he conceded the point. Being a training art, it lacks true killing intent, but it is flawless in its basics. There is no better start for a novice, though with your non-existent talent, even this might be too much. The moment the insult landed, Bill was interrupted by a sudden, jarring sound of laughter. Adrian was doubling over, shielding his face as he laughed hysterically. No matter how much an era changes. He was vividly recalling a lost legacy, the Dragon Slayer's art, the mythical swordsmanship that once claimed the heads of mad dragons. The irony was staggering. That legendary art is now being treated as a mediocre warm-up. Meanwhile, Bill's voice broke his trance. Obviously, this alone won't win you the bet. Once you master these basics, you can go beg your mother for a real tutor or... Adrian cut him off with icy finality. No need, he declared. I have no interest in other styles. This one alone will be more than enough to crush you. At that flash of unyielding resolve, Bill's eyebrow twitched in mild surprise. Ultimately, he turned away with an indifferent shrug. Suit yourself. Die your own way. And so, Adrian threw himself into a relentless cycle of practice. All the while, he chewed on the bitter truth that the peerless Dragon Slayer's art had been reduced to a commoner's exercise. Adrian looked toward the sky, his face glistening with sweat. I hate to admit it, but perhaps this degradation was inevitable. A singular, piercing realization struck him. It's because this shell of a style is missing its core, the will to slay dragons. His conviction hardened. How could those who discarded the mana heart and forgot how to infuse their soul into the blade ever hope to recognize the true majesty of the Dragon Slayer? Suddenly, Bill's sword flashed out, blocking Adrian's path mid-swing. The unexpected parry left Adrian momentarily dazed. Bill, however, began to offer genuine, albeit harsh, guidance. Strength doesn't flow into the sword just because you're tensing your arms like an amateur. Have you already forgotten my instructions? While lecturing, Bill delivered a sharp poke to his midsection. Ground your power here, in your core. Next, he delivered a stinging tap to Adrian's quivering legs. And keep your foundation solid. The sharp sting made his knees buckle. You must harmonize the power of your entire being if you ever hope to master the blade. Despite the pain, Adrian hung on every word. I understand. Adrian forced himself back upright. This current body might be a fragile, clumsy mess that can't even mimic a cheap imitation of the Dragon Slayer style. With a roar of defiance in his heart, he gripped the hilt until his knuckles turned white. I will prove that the Dragon Slayer style isn't some relic of losers to be discarded like a pair of rotted boots. As the weeks bled together, his stride became firm and heavy. One day, then two, Adrian pushed through his daily grind. After 3 days of nonstop running, he returned to the basic swings with renewed fury. A full week had vanished into sweat and dirt. He never once neglected his mana cultivation. And then a full month had passed. Just as his relentless effort began to peak, the system suddenly manifested to track his evolution. Adrian stood frozen as the system interface flickered with a relentless stream of updates. Simultaneously, his posture shifted, adopting the refined poise of a seasoned warrior. His strikes evolved, becoming exponentially sharper and more fluid with every motion. The thrill of progression surged through him, fueling a newfound fire in his soul. He became utterly consumed by the trance. His blade work now flowed with a grace that surpassed his efforts from a month prior. Faint shouts echoed around him, pleading for him to cease, but Adrian remained deaf to them. Stronger than yesterday, his focus was absolute, his gaze locked onto the shimmering arc of the blade. Bill's commands to stop were ignored as Adrian pushed his limits. More perfect than this very moment. Only when Bill's voice erupted in a thunderous roar did the spell finally shatter. "I told you to stand down, you fool." At that exact moment, his blade splintered into 1,000 shards, raining down upon the mud. Under a relentless downpour, 3 figures stood silhouetted against the desolate training grounds. Fresh blood began to seep from the jagged tears in Adrian's palm. The crimson droplets merged with the rain, staining the puddles at his feet. Dazed and breathless, Adrian finally turned his hollow gaze toward his uncle. Then his eyes drifted instinctively toward the target before him. Despite the freezing rain, the wooden training post stood scorched and blackened as if struck by a sun. Thin ribbons of steam hissed and rose from the charred surface of the pillar. Utterly stunned by the manifestation of his own power, Adrian stood rooted to the spot. Bill stepped forward, his voice a mixture of fury and disbelief. "You idiot! Training in this deluge? Had that been steel, you'd have lost your arm." The harsh rebuke forced Adrian to slowly return to his senses. He looked down, finally noticing the raw, callous state of his trembling hands. Suddenly, a system chime echoed in his mind. New skill. Hyperfocus has been manifested. A manic laugh escaped his lips, but it was quickly stifled by a wave of soul-crushing exhaustion. "If I push that hard twice more, I'll likely be struck by divine lightning and perish." Seeing him buckle and fall, Cast rushed to his side in a panic. "Your Highness." In contrast, Bill stood over him, his eyes narrowed in deep, calculating suspicion. Even as the boy lay unconscious, Bill hissed a low curse. Stubborn brat. Time marched on relentlessly. After a period of darkness, Adrian's eyes finally fluttered open. He bolted upright, his mind racing. Did I truly black out? He exhaled a long, weary breath. I still haven't gauged the pathetic limits of this mortal vessel. When I was a blade, I achieved every peak imaginable. A nameless legend, a sword saint, a king of mercenaries, a founding hero. I orchestrated victories and transcended the limits of mind and soul. I was the architect of heroes' destinies. Ruin, a sage, a mentor, yet always an observer relegated to the sidelines of history. Snapping back to the present, Adrian examined the raw, stinging burns that marred his palms. The memory of the trance returned to him. That is why I swung until I reached that state. To drown in the intoxication of making this effort and blood entirely my own. Adrian tightened his fist, ignoring the pain. This frail frame will shatter if I don't synchronize my mind and body soon. Closing his eyes, he centered his resolve. The mana heart has pulsed for a month now. The reserves are sufficient. It's time to ascend to the next stage. The moment the thought solidified, his internal mana began to churn and roar. The spectral outline of his mana heart manifested with brilliant clarity. The ethereal flames surrounding it erupted in a dazzling display, deepening from a pale mist to a rich, dense azure. With a sharp breath, Adrian channeled and suppressed the surging energy into his hands. His musculature rippled and densified in an instantaneous transformation. Even his skeletal structure felt reinforced with a newfound, supernatural sturdiness. As the transformation settled, Adrian opened his eyes, feeling the world with heightened intensity. A triumphant grin spread across his face. It is complete. His eyes immediately snapped toward his weapon. Let's test the results. Adrian seized the hilt and unleashed her experimental strike that tore through the air. The system responded instantly. Rank up, apprentice swordsman. The weight of the sword felt perfect in his hand. Finally, the foundation is set. Later that day, Bill's voice broke the silence with an ominous tone. A certain rumor is spreading like wildfire through the capital. Adrian raised an eyebrow. A rumor? At this, Bill clicked his tongue, his patience clearly eroded. This absurd bet of yours. It's becoming a monumental headache for me as well. He pressed further, his voice sharp. Shouldn't you have secured a sparring partner by now? Adrian merely smirked. Oh, that? In an instant, Adrian's expression shifted into something predatory and cunning. As for my victim, the decision has already been made. He casually tested the waters. Besides, Uncle, jumping straight into a fight with a two-chain user is suicide. Why not let me warm up by crushing a few one-shinners first? Bill grunted. Suit yourself. Having secured his permission, Adrian turned his gaze toward Cast. Cast, the matter we discussed, report. Cast immediately produced a crisp parchment. Everything is prepared according to your instructions, Your Highness. This is the list of those bold enough to demand a duel. Despite his efficiency, Cast's brow furrowed with concern. But sire, do you truly intend to trade blows with these men? Adrian countered with a dry laugh. And if I do? Cast spoke with a heavy heart. The majority of these nobles harbor a deep-seated malice toward you. They may attempt to maim you under the thin veil of a sanctioned match. Adrian remained unfazed. I'm counting on it. With a nonchalant shrug, he turned back to the Count with a proposal. I'll need you to act as the adjudicator, Uncle. He wasn't about to let this opportunity for entertainment go to waste. Adrian added, it's a simple request. Just ensure no one actually ends up in a casket. Surely you can manage that small favor? A few days later, the morning of the first bout arrived. Taylor arrived at the gates and stood paralyzed by the sheer scale of the estate. Is this truly? Before him loomed a majestic, towering fortress. The first prince's palace? Is this where that royal parasite resides? He began a silent, bitter monologue. I am Taylor Tellum, the second-born son of a lowly baron. Years ago, Adrian had spat on his pride. Look at this disheveled mess, the prince had sneered. He had eviscerated them with words, mocking their lineage and their clothing. He reeks of the provincial dirt. Look at him, trembling with pathetic excitement just to be at a royal banquet. The memory burned. My father and brother were humiliated beyond repair by that royal scoundrel. Taylor's eyes clouded with a dark, vengeful mist. Our family honor was dragged through the abyss, and my kin remain the laughingstock of the nobility to this day. Adrian Leonberg, fueled by that burning resentment, he stepped onto the training field. Today, you pay the blood price for that day. I offer my greetings to the first prince, Adrian Leonberg. Taylor introduced himself through gritted teeth. I am Taylor of House Tellum, a one-chain apprentice knight and the heir to the Tellum style. In response, Adrian only let out a bored groan. Good grief, why the theatrics for a simple sparring session? This isn't a state funeral. Adrian mused silently. Is this really a knight? He looks remarkably frail. Taylor's fury boiled over. The rumors were true. He is a tactless, arrogant pig who lacks the slightest shred of decorum. Suddenly, Bill's voice cut through the tension. Enough. He approached Taylor, his presence commanding. I understand your grievances, boy, but the match hasn't commenced. Suppress your aura. At the sight of the legendary Count, Taylor's eyes ignited with reverence. Count Van Hart. He bowed low, nearly reaching the dirt. It is a profound honor to stand in your presence. Bill gave a curt, polite nod. The pleasure is mine. Adrian, watching from the side, let out a weary sigh. One might actually mistake my uncle for the prince of this manor. Bill didn't miss a beat to scold him. Perhaps if you hadn't spent your life acting like a derelict, people would respect you. Adrian rolled his eyes, always living in the past. Fine, let's get on with it. Standing between the two opponents, Bill gave the signal. Both of you, take your stances. Let the duel begin. Taylor's features instantly locked into a mask of grim determination, while Adrian remained chillingly detached. In the next heartbeat, Taylor's mana chains erupted with a resonant, golden power. A sneer played on his lips. "Now, Your Highness." He barked a warning, as Taylor lunged forward like a coiled spring. "Guard yourself." In a blur of motion, he vanished from his starting position. Taylor's entire being, fused with his blade, aimed a devastating strike directly at Adrian's heart. Adrian merely watched the incoming assault with a critical eye. Wasted motion. Far too much flair. Then, with effortless grace, Adrian parried Taylor's heavy strike. Shock rippled through Taylor as the blades collided. This, a mana heart? Before he could process the impossibility, Adrian's counterforce sent him reeling backward. Taylor gasped, his lungs burning with disbelief. A mana heart? How could a primitive relic stop the power of mana chains? Meanwhile, Adrian mused, is this truly the limit of a single chain user? Adrian began to circulate his mana with predatory calm. It's nothing but a faint tingle. The sudden, heavy shift in the atmosphere left the young knight paralyzed with dread. The surrounding soldiers stood frozen as a high-pitched hum vibrated from the blades. Bill's eyes narrowed. He recognized the phenomenon instantly. Sword resonance. Taylor's voice trembled as he whispered, "No, this is impossible." Driven to madness by humiliation, he charged again. "This cannot be happening to me." The sudden, desperate outburst caught Adrian slightly off guard. However, his reflexes were sharp enough to intercept the chaotic blow just in time. The opponent unleashed a frantic flurry of strikes, forcing Adrian to give ground for the first time. In the next instant, their blades locked in a violent, sparking clash of wills. The sheer disparity in raw power forced Taylor to skid across the dirt, his heels digging deep furrows into the earth. Now, the two stood at a distance, chests heaving as they gasped for air in the wake of the explosion. Adrian mused inwardly. The scholars claim circle mana and heart mana are fundamentally incompatible. It seems they were absolutely right. Pressing a hand to his chest, he let out a jagged smirk. "I can feel the mana reflux threatening to tear me apart at any moment." Then he spoke, his voice dripping with blatant provocation. "Remind me, you are the second son of Baron Tellum, right? You really ought to do something about that pathetic, hot-headed temper of yours." As the words left his lips, he lanced his eyes shut, synchronized the senses. The world around him began to warp and shift. It felt as though Adrian was being submerged into the crushing depths of an abyss. Seizing the mental rift, he reached into the void. Awaken. Adrian drew closer to the manifestation of the evil dragon. Whether it was hailed as a cursed blade, a holy sword, or 1,000 other titles. The moment his fingers brushed it, a blinding supernova of light erupted. My very soul, the slumbering evil dragon, snapped its eyes open in perfect unison. Adrian integrated with the fragment, the ancient memories of the blade from its final activation. He reclaimed the forbidden essence of the heart, a core forged with the sole intent of butchering dragons. A system alert chimed. The dragon slayer's heart pulses once. In a flash, Adrian's pupils turned a predatory crimson, and the phantom silhouette of a dragon wreathed his body. A weapon conceived for the singular purpose of draconic genocide. Behold the true, terrifying majesty of the dragon slayer's sword. As for Taylor, the sheer weight of the dragon's killing intent was suffocating. Paralyzing terror seized him, leaving him trembling like a leaf. What kind of monster is this? On the sidelines, Bill's voice boomed with urgent command. Cease this at once. However, Adrian had surrendered to his bloodlust, charging forward like a mindless beast. Witnessing Adrian's descent, Bill realized instantly that the energy radiating from the boy's blade was lethally unstable. Flashing back to the morning, Adrian had made a chilling request. "Uncle, a favor before we begin the spar." Bill had looked over intrigued. "Speak," Adrian had said with eerie calm, "if it appears that I am truly about to slaughter my opponent." At that moment, Bill's hand had moved to his own hilt. In that event, in the blink of an eye, the memory merged with the present. You must be the one to stop me, Uncle. Bill struck with overwhelming force, knocking Adrian back and sending him crashing into the reinforced stone wall. The Count stepped protectively over the cowering Taylor. As for Adrian, he appeared to have been knocked unconscious by the sheer impact of the intervention. Suddenly, the air grew cold as several royal knights leveled their blades at Bill's throat. The surrounding guards barked at Count Van Hart. "Explain yourself." This act could easily be branded as the attempted assassination of a prince. But Adrian's voice rose from the rubble. "Stand down. My uncle was merely following my explicit orders." Cass was paralyzed with shock. "Your Highness?" Adrian struggled to his feet, wiping a trail of crimson from his chin. "I did ask him to intervene, but—" And finally, his legs gave out. "I didn't exactly tell him to put me into a coma." The panicked cries of Your Highness echoed as he slumped over. After the dust settled, the violent rhythm of the dragon slayer's heart slowly ebbed into a steady thrum. He finally let out a long, ragged breath of relief. "I genuinely thought my mana heart was going to detonate." Adrian reflected on the exchange. "My uncle's power is in a different league compared to these nameless one-shinners." I took that blow head-on, with a satisfied glint in his eye. He grinned. "Luckily, there's no permanent damage, but damn, it feels like I've been hit by a carriage." Then his arrogance returned. "Regardless, the plan worked. After all, victory belongs to me." Right then, Bill's voice cut through his triumph. "What are you smirking about, brat?" Adrian turned toward him, slightly dazed. "Yes." Bill asked with narrowed eyes, "What madness drove you to use such a technique?" His tone was jagged with suspicion. "What kind of wicked, bloodthirsty swordsmanship was that? I certainly never taught you anything that foul." "However," Adrian replied with absolute gravity, "I was simply remaining faithful to the true essence of the blade." The answer made Bill's brow furrow in annoyance. "You dare lecture me on the essence of the sword, when you've never tasted the steel of a real battlefield?" But Bill's tension gradually bled away. "So, in your eyes, the essence of the sword is nothing but pure killing intent? As brutal and unpleasant as it sounds, that is a fundamental truth of war." This time, Adrian pouted in mock disappointment. "How surprisingly insightful of you." He followed up with a jab. "I expected a long-winded, boring lecture about the path of the sword being a pursuit of perfection or some other noble nonsense." "On the contrary," Bill declared flatly, "I am a soldier first, a knight second. I walk the path of victory, not the path of self-righteousness." Immediately after, Bill's voice dropped to a stern warning as he leaned in. "But your blade has strayed too far into the darkness. If your bloodlust is this absolute, you will eventually lose the ability to tell friend from foe." Hearing this, Adrian pointedly looked away. "And that's why you're making such a fuss, isn't it? To beat the evil out of me." Bill's voice took on a chilling weight as he declared, "I shall be watching. I'll see for myself whether you master that darkness or if the demon in your heart devours you whole." As the third day of grueling combat reached its end, the tip of the practice blade clicked firmly against the stone floor. Adrian broke the silence with an unexpected question. "Your name was Taylor Tellum, wasn't it?" He offered a rare, sincere nod of approval. "You've shown true grit over these last 3 days." Inwardly, Adrian mused, the boy had to parry strikes saturated with raw, unbridled killing intent for 72 hours straight. He truly endured a trial by fire. Then a playful smirk surfaced. "But it's a bit of a tragedy, isn't it? You likely craved the satisfaction of bringing me to my knees just once, yet you fell short." Taylor could only stammer in hesitation. "That, I." Before the boy could find his words, Adrian beckoned a servant. "Bring the chest." As the maid approached with the heavy container, Taylor's eyes widened. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Adrian spoke with a blunt honesty. "I've been told I committed some rather egregious sins against you in the past. I doubt this will fully wash away the stain of my previous self." Adrian gestured toward the contents. "Deliver this to Baron Tellum. It's a modest offering. just some gold and a personal letter of account. Having settled the debt, he turned away with icy dismissal. Now begone. May your journey home be swift. In his mind, Adrian remained firm. I'm not bound to scrub away that original bastard's filth, but, as Taylor cried out a desperate thank you, sire, Adrian added, fair labor deserves fair coin. News of the scoundrel prince's duel spread like wildfire, becoming the kingdom's favorite scandal. Most saw his arrogance as a death warrant. Noble circles buzzed with malicious excitement. The first prince is finally reaping the whirlwind. I can't wait to hear how thoroughly he was humiliated. Yet, despite the eager anticipation, the expected scandal never materialized. When pressed for details, Taylor looked genuinely bewildered. You want to know of the duel? He addressed the crowd with surprising conviction. There's been a grave misunderstanding. The prince is not the monster of the rumors. It was an honorable match of skill, nothing more. Threats? I simply walked away with a profound understanding of His Highness's true character. The revelation left the nobility reeling in shock. Impossible. The royal family must have bought their silence with threats. Back at the palace, Adrian slammed his fist onto the table in a fit of rage. Bought their silence. Those idiots. He barked in frustration. They're only tight-lipped because they're too embarrassed to admit they were stomped by a talentless prince. He grumbled under his breath. These nobles have far too much leisure time. They should find a hobby that doesn't involve gossiping about me. Bill teased from the sidelines. Pot calling the kettle black, don't you think? Adrian ignored the jab and turned his piercing gaze toward his latest sparring partner. He issued a low, calculated warning. When you leave these grounds, make sure the true results of this beating are well known. Understood? The man nodded frantically. Crystal clear, sire. Satisfied that the truth would finally take hold, he expected the rumors to die. Instead, he was met with a report that made his blood boil. What did you say? The servant stammered, trembling under his gaze. Well, the word on the street is that your highness coerced them into lying about their defeat. For a moment, the prince was rendered speechless by the sheer absurdity of it all. He funneled that explosive frustration directly into his training. Forget it. Let them rot in their delusions. We're moving to the next level. Adrian lashed out, his blade tracing a path of lethal, geometric perfection through the air. Without missing a beat, he transitioned into a second strike, his movements a blur of predatory grace. He pirouetted with violent intent, both hands locked onto the hilt like a vice. Channeling his absolute focus into the steel, he brought the blade down in a thunderous vertical cleave. Even as he held the follow-through, the ambient mana hissed and crackled around the strike point. The rhythm of Adrian's heart refused to settle, thrumming with a restless, ancient power. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he asked, how many of these challengers are left? Cass consulted his ledger. The final opponent arrives today, my lord. Adrian let out a bored, heavy sigh. These apprentice knights have become nothing more than glorified punching bags. Cass adjusted his glasses, a hint of gravity in his voice. However, this final adversary is a true knight, forged through formal, high-level discipline. Cass emphasized the danger. This is a prodigy who sought more than just family traditions, a talent who sought refinement within a prestigious order. Adrian's eyes ignited with genuine interest. An initiate of the legendary Iron Lion Knights? At that very moment, awe and Kagayan crossed the threshold. The gate guards couldn't keep their voices down. It's her. Look at the Iron Lion crest on that breastplate. There's no mistaking that aura. They whispered of her legends with bated breath. The cliffside flower, the rose of thorns. She shattered more hearts than shields. Unfazed by the stairs, she continued her steady, rhythmic march toward the training grounds. The soldiers watched in awe, a beauty without peer. It's hard to believe a woman of her standing would bother coming here. Suddenly, one guard chuckled. In a twisted way, the prince has a talent for attracting trouble, doesn't he? Ann's gaze flickered with a brief, icy flash of contempt as she walked past. Her stern, unyielding presence was undeniable. Wouldn't it be a poetic justice to see the prince humbled by a woman of her caliber? The Order of the Iron Lion Knights, an elite force whispered of in legends, second to none in the kingdom for both their prestige and their lethality. On Kagayan, a prodigious apprentice of that order, is a premier prospect already destined for the elite ranks. The more Adrian pondered the situation, the more baffled he became. Why would a talent of her caliber travel all this way just to cross blades with me? Cash shifted uncomfortably. Well, there was a slight misunderstanding between your highness and Lady On in the past. Adrian cut him off sharply. What misunderstanding? Given my former self, I likely provoked her for no reason at all. Then he fixed his gaze on Adelia. You, Adelia, recount exactly what transpired back then. Spare no details. Under Adrian's intense scrutiny, she answered with visible hesitation. Well, your highness. Her next revelation left him absolutely mortified. You blatantly harassed Lady On, sire. Adrian gripped his head in shame and groaned. That absolute lunatic. Fractured memories surged back. Years ago, the previous Adrian had shamelessly tried to lay hands on On. He had sneered with entitled arrogance. So your name is On? You're as radiant as the rumors suggest. Tell me, how would you like to serve as my personal maid? However, she had violently rebuffed his touch without a second thought. On had declared with icy finality, Your Highness, a knight's soul is not your personal plaything. Blinded by the perceived insult, the old Adrian had erupted in a tantrum, screaming, You hideous hag. Processing the full sordid tale, he was left utterly speechless. So that's what the onlookers witnessed. Adrian slowly lifted his gaze, overwhelmed by disgust. It sounds like the pathetic drivel of a total degenerate. In front of him, On stood poised. There was no conceivable world where anyone with eyes could ever label her as hideous. She was glacial, yet breathtakingly beautiful in a sharp, lethal way. On took the initiative, her voice cutting through the air. It has been quite some time, your highness. You haven't changed in the slightest. He could only stammer a defense. I wouldn't say that. I've evolved significantly, to the point where the man standing before you is entirely different. However, her eyes remained razor-sharp. Fine. This is simply the weight of my own karma returning to haunt me. Just then, Adelia's voice rang out. Count Van Hart has arrived. As Bill strode past On, he lingered for a moment, scrutinizing her. You're the one called On? She identified herself with military precision. Apprentice Knight of the Iron Lion Order, On Kagayan, greets the Count. Hearing her title, Bill offered a grim warning. Watch yourself. The prince's blade is exceptionally savage. Adrian barked back, Hey, uncle, what happened to being a neutral observer? Bill completely ignored the protest and signaled the start begin. With the signal given, Adrian dropped into a state of hyper-focused anticipation. On's expression hardened into a mask of lethal intent as they both assumed their combat stances. Bill took his position and boomed, Let the duel commence. The instant the command fell, she gripped her hilt and lunged with predatory speed. Watching her advance, a surge of adrenaline hit Adrian. Show me the true power of an iron lion. With that, he allowed On the luxury of the opening strike. He tracked her trajectory with clinical precision. Impressive. Her footwork is flawless. Against the initial blow, Adrian executed a textbook parry. But a sudden, searing jolt of pain lanced through him. His mana was beginning to backflow violently. On's brow furrowed in concentration as their steel remained locked. She funneled more power into the clash, easily driving Adrian backward through the dirt. What followed was a relentless, high-velocity storm of steel that gave him no room to breathe. The pressure began to mount. She's dictating the entire rhythm of this fight. I'm drowning in her pace. In that split second, On struck like a hawk diving for its prey. He immediately ignited the Dragon Slayer's heart. The sudden eruption of primal, murderous intent momentarily threw her off balance. The deafening shriek of clashing metal echoed across the grounds once more. This time, The momentum shifted. On was the one sent skidding back. She recovered with a graceful roll, showcasing her elite combat training. Breathless and wary, On stared at him in shock. That blade, that presence. Adrian wiped the sweat from his brow and smirked. I see not all one chains are built the same. You truly are a different breed compared to the rest of the trash. Seizing the opening, he triggered judgment. However, On's comprehensive status window manifested vividly before his eyes. After scanning her stats, he quickly regained his composure. To think I can pierce her veil, even with my powers restricted. A dark, calculating grin spread across Adrian's face. As On tightened her guard, he mused, that means she's either a tier below me or exactly on my level. In a blur of motion, he lunged forward with explosive velocity. Adrian's adversary reacted in the same heartbeat, matching his lethal tempo. As their steel collided, he issued a grim declaration of war. The games are over. The real carnage begins now. The ensuing clash was a brutal exchange of attrition, leaving Adrian's body mapped with raw welts and jagged bruises. On was pushed to her physical limit, her breath coming in ragged gasps as they circled like predators in a cage. The horizon had already begun to bleed into the somber, fiery hues of twilight. Bill swept his blade through the air, delivering a sharp, final signal to cease the carnage. He barked a command that brooked no argument. Stand down. Enough blood has been spilled for one day. We settle this tomorrow. Hearing the interruption, Adrian clicked his tongue in frustration. I was a mere heartbeat away from ending this. On didn't miss a beat, firing back with icy confidence. How ironic. I was just about to deliver the finishing blow myself. True to his provocative nature, he instantly goaded her. Is that so? Then why stop? Shall we continue? On's eyes flashed. As long as you can handle the consequences, Your Highness. However, Bill's authority cut through the tension once more. I said enough. He gestured toward the medical staff. The hour is late. Both of you, report to the physician immediately for treatment. Upon the order, the physician scrambled toward the prince with eager hands. Your Highness, please, let me mend those wounds at once. While the healing light surged, Adrian's gaze remained locked onto his rival. Good heavens, look at the size of this hematoma. He made no effort to mask his intent, staring daggers directly at On. Sensing the weight of his eyes, she returned a gaze of pure frost. Wordlessly, they brushed past one another, the air between them crackling with unspoken violence. In that moment, a singular, obsessive thought consumed them both. I will not suffer the humiliation of defeat. Over the following days, the training grounds became a theater of awe for the watching soldiers. It's a dead heat. You can't slide a blade between them, one remarked. Is this truly only the third day? Another marveled. To be perfectly honest, I'm shaken by what I'm seeing. He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. We all knew Lady On was a prodigy, but the first prince. His growth is nothing short of monstrous. Finally, all eyes returned to the dirt and steel of the arena. The stalemate ends today. One of them has to break. As they faced off, Adrian raised a hand. Wait, before we initiate the final round, I have a proposal. On's lip curled in a scoff. Don't tell me the great prince is searching for the words to apologize now. Her voice hardened into cold steel. Save your breath. I have no room in my heart for your apologies. Adrian gave a slow, measured nod. I respect that. You want to reclaim your shattered pride through blood and steel. A noble pursuit, truly. But he gave a nonchalant shrug and a wolfish grin. That's not it. Not even close. Since we're putting our lives on the line like this, shouldn't there be a prize worthy of the struggle? He dropped a bombshell that silenced the entire field. The loser becomes the winner's thrall for a single wish. If I tell you to crawl, you crawl. If I demand you bow and beg for mercy, you obey without question. Do we have a deal? On froze, the weight of the gamble momentarily stealing the air from her lungs. The surrounding soldiers erupted in protest. Your Highness, you are royalty. To speak of such vulgar wagers is beneath you. Retract it immediately. Adrian silenced them with a sharp glare. This is between warriors. Why are there so many useless mouth breathers spectating, anyway? He turned back to her. Well, On, do you have the stomach for it? She composed herself, her answer precise and heavy. Though I am but an apprentice, I'm a knight bound by oath to the Leonberg line. I would never dream of such insolence toward royalty under normal circumstances. On's aura shifted, turning sharp and predatory. However, if your highness grants me this permission, then I shall claim my prize with zero hesitation. Adrian's grin widened. That's the spirit. In the next heartbeat, they collided in a chaotic explosion of mana and steel. Don't you dare go crawling back on your word when you're in the dirt. Adrian struck with a newfound, terrifying decisiveness, the shriek of their clashing blades ringing out like a death knell. On held her ground, pivoting into a wide, sweeping arc designed to decapitate his momentum. Suddenly, spotting a microscopic fracture in her defense, Adrian's eyes ignited with a hellish crimson. Before she could recover, Adrian delivered a staggering, thunderous blow that shook the very foundations of the arena. Panic flared in On's chest. He's too fast. His speed has doubled since yesterday. In her sight, he no longer looked like a prince. He looked like a god of war lost in a killing frenzy. Was he toying with me this entire time, hiding this monstrous strength? The tide of battle turned violently, the sheer force of his onslaught driving her back step by agonizing step. A single, microscopic lapse in On's concentration allowed his blade to whistle past, nearly grazing her throat. By the time they broke apart, the training ground looked like a scorched battlefield, torn asunder by their fury. On's composure shattered. She was visibly rattled, her elite training failing against his raw savagery. In contrast, Adrian lunged again, radiating a suffocating, absolute killing intent. They swung in a final, desperate symphony of attack and counterattack. Then, the sound of snapping metal echoed across the palace grounds. A blade was sent spinning into the air. On slumped to the earth, helpless and broken, her weapon sheared clean in half. Silence descended over the grounds. The soldiers stood paralyzed, more terrified of the prince than they had ever been. Even Bill stood paralyzed, his jaw practically hitting the floor in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, she remained in a trance, whispering to herself this is impossible. It can't be. Adrian's shadow stretched across the dirt, looming over the defeated On. I believe that settles our wager. He leveled his blade at her throat, a predatory smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Then, he dropped a bombshell of a demand. On Kagan. I want you. Cast mused privately, serving as the royal guard to the first prince, the kingdom's most infamous degenerate, hasn't been nearly as treacherous as I feared. Upon their initial meeting, Adrian had eyed him coolly. So, you're the new shadow assigned to me? Cast had bowed with practiced precision. Indeed, I look forward to serving you, your highness. Cast had initially pegged him as just another arrogant royal. Yet, Adrian's response was a chillingly calm, don't let me down. Cast realized then, he doesn't possess the mindless, explosive rage the rumors suggested. Throughout weeks of grueling training, Cast meticulously scrutinized every facet of the prince's behavior. The more he observed, the more he realized the reality of this man is a complete contradiction to every story I've heard. He remembered that fateful day when Adrian refused to sheath his blade, even as the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. The staff had grown frantic. The storm is becoming a hazard. Should we force His Highness to seek cover? Cast had lunged forward, his voice cracking with urgency. Your Highness, get down. It's too dangerous. The words were instantly swallowed by a blinding flash as a pillar of lightning tore through the sky, striking the earth. Amidst the smoke and thunder, Adrian stood there, looking utterly transfixed and satisfied. Witnessing that raw, primal expression, Cast felt a shiver of awe run down his spine. In that moment, an epiphany struck him. I am standing in the shadow of a man destined for true greatness. The memory faded back to the current standoff. That was my conviction. But then Adrian's scandalous words rang out. I want you. The surrounding soldiers gasped, their faces flushing with shock. How utterly disgraceful. He's showing his true colors. Cass felt a pang of doubt gnaw at his gut. Was my judgment of his character a lie after all? Awn slowly rose from the dirt, her eyes burning with a cold, furious fire. Is that? She hissed, her voice trembling with rage. Is that truly the base desire your highness intends to claim as his prize? Adrian met her fury with a look of absolute, chilling nonchalance. Spare me the drama. In your current state, you're just a mediocre novice who couldn't even best a trash prince. His smirk returned, sharper and more calculated than before. What I desire is far more valuable than you think. Adrian's voice turned dead serious. I am claiming the untapped potential and the future of the knight, known as Awn Kagan. I have no use for a bodyguard who follows me out of royal obligation or a sense of duty to the crown. Hearing those words, Cass felt a jolt of realization strike him. Adrian leaned in, his gaze piercing. I need a knight who belongs solely to my cause, and from where I stand. Adrian glanced at the invisible status window and remarked, your talent for the blade is nothing short of extraordinary. The mocking edge in his voice vanished, replaced by a heavy, sincere gravity. Therefore, Awn Kagan. Adrian repeated his ultimatum with the weight of a king. Become my knight. Swear your blade to me. In response, her mind drifted back to her past. I achieved my dream of knighthood, but the whispers never stopped. The snickering followed her everywhere. Is she the one? Look at that face. The consensus was always the same. A beauty like that is meant for the court, not the field. It fueled Awn's silent fury. To them, I'm just a trophy, not a warrior. So I bled twice as much as any man just to prove them wrong. In every skirmish, she systematically dismantled her opponents with ruthless efficiency. The herald's cry became a constant. The victor is Awn Kagan, but the recognition she craved never came. Even after crushing every other apprentice in the order, she continued to swing her sword with a desperate, overwhelming ferocity, leaving her targets broken in her wake. Awn pushed herself through a never-ending cycle of violence, delivering the same flawless results. Yet, the world remained blind. Lady Awn is our crown jewel. Protecting a flower like her is a knight's greatest honor. Hearing that, her spirit had finally begun to wither. I have never truly been a knight to them. Back in the present, Awn's frame shook with a mix of shock and hope. But this man, she stared at Adrian, her heart racing as she processed his words. He sees me. He wants my future as a knight. Treading carefully through her disbelief, she asked, are those words born of sincerity, or is this another cruel game? But the fire in her eyes solidified. Promise me one thing, she demanded. She spoke slowly, each word heavy with meaning. You must treat me not as a woman to be kept, but as a knight of the realm. Awn added a final, cautious condition. If you can swear to that, my blade and my life belong to your highness. Adrian maintained a heavy silence, his eyes locked onto hers in an unyielding stare. She didn't flinch, standing her ground as she awaited the verdict that would define her life. Finally, he gave a curt, decisive nod. Consider it sworn. I give you my word. Securing the answer she sought, Awn took a small step back and prepared to kneel. And beneath the burning glow of the setting sun, she sank to her knees directly before Adrian. In that hallowed moment, Awn voiced her sacred vow. I, Awn, eldest daughter of House Kurgan, swear my eternal fealty to Prince Adrian Leonberg. Before the gathered witnesses, her voice rang with steel. I consecrate my blade and my very life to the service of your highness. Bill absorbed every syllable of the oath, his face a mask of unreadable silence. Adrian unsheathed his sword, the steel singing. By my right, as the legitimate heir of Leonberg, in the name of Adrian Leonberg, I hereby dub thee my knight. Awn bowed her head to receive the weight of his charge. Be valiant. Be honorable. Under the blood-red canopy of the sky. He hammered home the final command. And above all, be loyal. As the days bled into weeks, Awen returned to her relentless, soul-crushing training. The surrounding soldiers began to whisper venomously, swearing an oath to that royal stain. How pathetic, right? A vow born of a drunken bet. We have to find a way to break it. The other merely shrugged. Forget it. I heard she spat on our offer of help. The rumors spiraled into a toxic web of lies. Good grief. Doesn't the whole thing reek of scandal? She's likely his new plaything. He probably couldn't take her as a mistress without ruining his reputation. So he used a knight's vow as a smokescreen. Think about it. Why else would a woman like her attend a sham match hosted by that scumbag? When the slander reached Adrian's ears, he erupted in a fury. This is absolute madness. Am I some sort of legendary arch-villain in their eyes? He was trembling with a mix of rage and disbelief. I truly am the most hated piece of filth in this entire kingdom, aren't I? Cast, ever the silent shadow, watched the prince's outburst without a word. Suddenly, he broke the silence, his voice soft yet steady. Your Highness. Cast cut straight through the noise. Regarding the declaration you made that day. Adrian looked at him blankly. Which one? Cast reminded him gently, a few days ago. On the day the duel concluded. Adrian's eyes cleared as the memory surfaced. The part about not wanting a knight who serves only by royal mandate? Oh, that. He offered a blunt explanation. Does that truth sting? It's the reality of our world. If a royal decree ordered you to abandon me this instant, wouldn't you tuck your tail and go? Adrian began to smirk, mocking the tension. If you're so jealous, you can swear your life to me later too. Cast hesitated, his gaze turning uncharacteristically heavy. If I were to offer that very vow, would you truly deign to accept it? However, the prince dismissed the idea with a sharp shake of his head. Adrian didn't sugarcoat it. I decline. Molding you into something useful wouldn't be half as entertaining, Cast. Hearing the rejection, Cast let out a genuine, light-hearted laugh. Is that so? Meanwhile, Adrian mused inwardly. I'm not playing around. I'm dead serious. Later, staring in official notice, Adrian raised an eyebrow. Now what have I done to upset the heavens? Even he was caught off guard by the development. I didn't expect them to terminate my house arrest a full month and a half ahead of schedule. He recalled the vitriol of his family. After acting as if they'd rot me away in this palace and erase my very existence. He shook his head in disdain. I'll never understand the labyrinthine mind of that man. Cast asked curiously, does the end of your imprisonment not bring you joy, Your Highness? Adrian replied with bored indifference, it changes nothing. Even outside these walls, I have no destination and no allies to greet since I share no history with these people. Nearby, Adelia suddenly recoiled as if she'd been struck. She stammered out the news awkwardly. I'm so sorry. I just intercepted an invitation addressed to Your Highness. Adelia's visible dread made him narrow his eyes. An invitation? She gingerly handed the parchment to him. Yes, sire. This one. Adrian unfurled it and scanned the elegant script. The elite social circle for young nobles? Adelia clarified. It is a private club where Your Highness was once. A very prominent member. He looked genuinely repulsed. Me? In a club? He followed up with a sharp question. Is it some den of iniquity? Adelia's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, she faltered. For a common woman like me, the sophisticated debauchery of young lords is difficult to comprehend. Adrian tossed the letter aside with a cold snort. So it's just a flock of peacocks drinking and hunting skirt. Forget it. I have no time to waste on such vapid nonsense when my training is at its peak. Suddenly, Adrian's eyes locked onto a small detail on the back of the envelope. In a corner of the parchment, a person signed Ellie had scribbled a brief, respectful message. His curiosity was instantly piqued. Ellie? A spark of recognition flared in his mind. That name. I remember it. According to my uncle, they were the last house to stubbornly pursue the secrets of the man of heart until they fell into total ruin a century ago. Adrian's decision shifted in an instant. Actually, perhaps a social call is in order. Adelia bowed immediately. Understood. I shall prepare your formal attire. Adrian watched her go, thinking to himself, I truly hope that lineage hasn't completely lost its way in the dirt. For months had passed since he occupied the trash prince's body and began his grueling transformation. The tailor was practically vibrating with excitement. Your Highness, is the fit to your liking? I followed every one of your exacting demands. He gestured proudly to the ensemble, the deepest obsidian black. Then, pointing to the sleek new boots and a minimalist sharp pattern, the tailor beamed at the prince's reflection. The design is understated, yet your presence is more majestic than ever, Your Highness. Adrian nodded, staring at his new silhouette. I truly have shed a mountain of weight. The tailor cried out, Your measurements have shrunk by more than half, sire. It's a miracle. Adrian commented casually, I'll entrust you with my attire for the upcoming royal banquet as well. The tailor's eyes sparkled. I shall begin the sketches immediately. But Adrian smiled, a cold glint in his eye. No, wait a little longer. By the time that night arrives, my measurements will have changed once again. A few days after his chains were officially cut, he set out for the lion's den. Time to pay a visit to this damned social club of pampered masters. Cast remains vigilant, fulfilling his duty as a knight by taking command of the prince's security. Within the confines of the carriage, Adrian stifles a weary yawn. Royalty, he realizes, is an utterly exhausting burden. His irritation festers. The restrictive formal wear, the jolting carriage, and the suffocating guards are all incredibly grating. Suddenly, Adrian's sharp gaze shifts to the figure seated across from him. Adelia recoils in visible terror as he singles her out. You. He fixes his eyes on her neck, his voice dropping. That scar. Where did it come from? Trembling, she bows her head in a frantic apology. It is a mark of my own failure, Your Highness. It happened when you disciplined me, and your anger was entirely justified. Regret washes over Adrian once more. Why is it that the more I unearth the history of this body, that the more stomach-turning the revelations become? As he watches Adelia shiver, realization strikes him. I've spent months with this maid, yet I don't even know her name. Softening his tone, Adrian takes the initiative. Tell me, what is your name? She responds with a shaky breath. I am Adelia Bayan, Your Highness. Adrian's expression freezes in shock. Bayan? Adelia merely whispers. It is a name barely worth mentioning in the noble registry. But Adrian's mind races. To think I'd stumble upon that lineage in a place like this. His mind drifts back to ancient memories, to an eon before the birth of city-states, let alone the great kingdoms. That an era where countless races clashed across the 6 continents. That when humanity was a fragile species, hunted and slaughtered like mere livestock. Then came the Great War, and with it, the legends who put an end to that miserable chapter of human history. To the saviors who paved the way for mankind to reign supreme over the 6 continents. That the survivors bestowed a title of ultimate reverence, the 5 great electors. In that glorious memory, a crimson cloak billows, the hallmark of one of those 5 legendary heroes. Agnes smiles at him, her hand gripping the hilt of ruin as she asks with casual curiosity, Have you ever pondered it? Before them, a sea of monsters swarms the horizon, where our lives will look like once this bloodbath finally ends. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, Agnes's resolve never falters. In a flash of light, she vanishes, moving with a speed that defies the human eye. Agnes charges headlong into the fray, confronting the monstrous leader in a direct, lethal clash. There, she forged a miracle, the warrior who claimed the head of Ida. That the king of giants, shattering the chains of exploitation that had bound humanity for centuries. Agnes tore through the beast with clinical, surgical precision. Clutching that memory, he utters her name. The iron-blooded sword duchess, Agnes Bayan. Suddenly, lo, guttural snarls snap him back as shadows loom around Agnes in his vision. Giants have her cornered. TCH, these persistent pests. Radiant golden mana erupts from her core, sharpening her senses to a razor's edge. She spits a curse at her foes. Still crawling back for a taste of human flesh? You bastards are truly slaves to your hunger. With pure vitriol, she carves through another colossus. With hulking frames like those, her voice grows even more venomous. You only know the behavior of gutter trash. Brats like you deserve nothing, but back then, Ruin was so mortified by her foul mouth he broke into a cold sweat. Returning to the present, Adrian covers his ears. Just the memory of her tongue is enough to pollute my hearing. Slowly, Adrian's gaze clears. Regardless, a true descendant of the band line. He studies Adelia, pondering the tragedy. How far must a family fall to end up in such a state? Just then, Cass breaks his reverie. Your Highness, we have reached the destination. Following protocol, he flings the carriage door open and stands at attention by the prince's side. Adrian exhales a weary sigh as he descends. Perfect timing. After taking only a few steps toward the venue, he halts abruptly. Without looking back, he points a finger toward the maid. Adelia, we'll be having a long conversation later. With that cryptic command, Adrian departs, leaving the two of them in a state of utter bewilderment. At the entrance, Bernardo scurries forward to greet him. Your Highness, you've arrived. He offers a flourish and a deep, respectful bow. It has been far too long. Bernardo of House Le greets the first prince, Adrian Leonberg. Bernardo beams with an almost frantic joy. The sheer relief of seeing you hale and hearty is beyond words. On the side, Adrian remains skeptical. Is this fool truly a Le? He looks like a complete dunce. But before he can speak, Adrian is caught off guard. Heavens, you must have endured horrific suffering to have become so gaunt. A dark, cynical thought crossed his mind, punctuated by a cold, internal snort. Bernardo, visibly rattled, stammered, Your Highness, is something amiss? Are you still unwell? Adrian denied it instantly. Far from it. I was just thinking that attending today was a stroke of genius. He reached out and gave the man a firm, lingering pat on the shoulder. Thanks to you, this afternoon is about to become legendary. With that cryptic remark, Adrian turned away, his expression masked by a strangely satisfied grin. Before long, the vile stench of noble gossip drifted his way. And then, the wench hiked up her skirts, utterly devoid of even a shred of modesty. Beside him, a lecherous aristocrat chuckled. That little brat certainly has porcelain skin. A young lady nearby giggled bashfully. Oh, hush. You're terrible. Amidst the sea of debauchery, only two men remained unervingly still. Bernardo found the scene surreal. This makes no sense. Usually this degenerate would be face down in a wine cask or groping anything that breathes by now. He studied the prince, his brow furrowed. His very presence. It's entirely different from the man I knew. Just as the thought solidified, a nobleman nearby lurched to his feet. Brazen with drink, he slurred his words with a sharp, sarcastic edge. I heard a fascinating tale, Your Highness, that you finally plucked the prized flower of the Iron Lions. The rumor is spreading like a wildfire through the capital. In response, Adrian merely offered a chilling, sidelong glance that could freeze blood. Emboldened by the silence, several others chimed in. I was a second too late. I've had my sights on that woman for months. Had I known she was up for grabs, I'd have claimed her vow myself. He let out a depraved cackle. Seeing her in that plate armor was tantalizing enough. I can only imagine what's hidden beneath it. Suddenly, Adrian spoke. Tell me, do you have any siblings waiting for you at home? The man blinked, dazed. Then he answered casually, Have you forgotten? I have a younger brother. Hearing this, Adrian erupted into a sudden laugh. That is a relief, truly. Before the man could process the remark, a fist collided with his jaw like a falling hammer. What the? The impact sent him spinning. The unfortunate noble crashed to the floor, his cheek instantly blooming into a hideous, crimson swell. Glassware shattered on the table, drenching the carpet in expensive, wasted wine. In an instant, the color drained from every noble face in the room. Even Bernardo stood frozen in absolute shock. As for Adrian, he smiled broadly, his voice dripping with venom. I'm relieved because your family line won't end with a pathetic worm like you. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove his boot straight into the man's crotch with bone-shattering force. A high-pitched, agonized shriek tore through the silence of the hall. Adrian declared with chilling finality, "Consider your younger brother the new heir from this moment forward." He didn't stop there. Adrian descended upon him, his fists moving in a relentless blur. He systematically targeted the man's face, delivering a savage, calculated beating. The onlookers watched in a trance of pure, unadulterated horror. Bernardo's initial shock curdled into a paralyzing, soul-deep terror. Adrian hauled the broken man up by his collar, dragging him back into the light. Before the next blow fell, the man sputtered through broken teeth, "Why? Why are you doing this, Your Highness?" Adrian leaned in close, his voice a low, terrifying growl. "Listen carefully." He bored his gaze into the man's soul. "I can tolerate you thinking I'm a piece of trash, but I will never tolerate you treating me like one." The surrounding nobles exchanged confused, panicked glances. What was he even saying? In response, Adrian's fury flared once more. "It means you haven't bled nearly enough to learn your lesson." The final strike sent the nobles sliding across the polished floor like a discarded rag. The room fell under a heavy, suffocating silence born of absolute dread. By the time Adrian stepped over him, the nobleman had already spiraled into unconsciousness. He turned his head sharply. Bernardo dropped to his knees instantly. "Why, yes, Your Highness." With a face full of mock delight, Adrian chuckled. "Didn't I tell you? Today was going to be very interesting." The boy trembled, his mind racing. Why has this madman suddenly become so terrifying? Then came the command, sharp as a blade, "Go. Summon the royal knights to this room immediately." Bernardo didn't hesitate. He scrambled toward the door. "I obey, Your Highness." As Bernardo vanished, the tension in the room thickened until it was almost impossible to breathe. Adrian's eyes swept the room like a predator's, finally locking onto a specific group. He issued a cold, dismissive order, "You women, leave this place. Now." One man, sensing the impending storm, tried to maintain a low profile. Thinking he could slip away unnoticed, he began to edge toward the shadows. But Adrian's eyes snapped toward him instantly. "I said only the women are permitted to leave." Simultaneously, he dropped a chilling ultimatum. "Go ahead, leave if you wish. But if you do, you'll be walking out as a woman." The memory of his previous brutality flashed through their minds, and they froze instantly, paralyzed by fear. Seeing that the room had finally become submissive, Adrian began a slow, predatory pace around them. His voice was as smooth and rhythmic as a storyteller's. "Not one of you had the decency to kneel before your prince, nor did you display even a shred of respect." He dismantled them piece by piece. "You mock me to my face without hesitation. Then, his gaze sharpened into a lethal glare. And you dared to insult my knight." Despite the obvious tension, Adrian posed a deliberate, mocking question. In this scenario, what crime should be officially charged? The knight summoned by Bernardo responded without a heartbeat of delay. "Contempt for the royal family constitutes the crime of lèse-majesté." The color vanished from every noble face in the room, as if they were seeing their own ghosts. Caste continued the execution. Furthermore, by challenging the crown's authority, it is legally equivalent to high treason. He then took his place solemnly at Adrian's side. "Grant the command, Your Highness. Which of these wretches shall we break first?" At the question, the corners of Adrian's lips curved into a dark, amused smirk. Adrian delivered his verdict with icy brevity. "All of them." In the wake of the bloodbath, the emperor confronted him directly. "You sparked a diplomatic catastrophe the very second your house arrest was lifted." He recited the charges in disbelief. 14 scions of high nobility arrested for lèse-majesté and treason. You slapped them with every capital offense you could find. Finally, he roared, his voice shaking the walls. Do you have any conception of the chaos you've unleashed? The emperor was currently incandescent with rage. Because you invoked the crown, they must be punished. But with 14 powerful houses involved, the backlash will be catastrophic. As if completely unfazed, Adrian asked with casual indifference. So, Imperial Father, is it the political noise that worries you? Adrian explained with a sharp, cynical edge. They are outcasts, even within their own bloodlines. Irredeemable filth, who only rot their family names the longer they're kept around. He then proposed a surgical solution. Send the letters. The emperor looked genuinely baffled. Letters? To whom? Adrian didn't waste a single breath. Father, don't play coy. You know exactly who. Aren't there people in every house who want that gossip buried more than anyone else? Adrian's smile was as sharp as a razor. The siblings of those arrested mongrels, the ones next in line. Following that, he intentionally baited the emperor. Am I mistaken? Eventually, the emperor was forced to bark, leave us. Adrian departed with a smug satisfaction. As you command. See? There was nothing left to debate, was there? Upon returning to his quarters, Adrian tried to project a harmless aura. Relax. There's no need to be so tense. I'm not going to hurt you. Across from him, Adelia was visibly shaking. Your Highness, please, what exactly did this lowly maid do to earn your wrath? Her sheer terror made a pang of guilt strike him. That original bastard must have put her through hell. Adrian recalled the stinging words he'd heard. A family so obscure they vanished from the noble registers. He reached a grim conclusion. Even the descendants know nothing of the Bayan name. Their glorious legacy has been systematically erased, and their legendary martial techniques have been swallowed by time. A wave of indignation washed over him. Such ancient prestige, such towering pride. At that moment, he activated judgment to scrutinize Adelia's stats. Every bit of it vanished. And yet, suddenly, he recoiled in shock. Wait, what is this? Manifesting before his eyes was a terrifying power. Berserk Butcher. Where did these traits come from? The blood-soaked image of Agnes flickered through his mind, contrasted sharply by Adelia's current trait, Fragile Heart. Adrian gasped, his mind reeling. She possesses god-tier talent, but lacks a single trait to stabilize the madness within. He looked at her with a heavy, wistful gaze. Is it a sin to unleash that kind of insanity back into the world? Driven by that thought, he stepped decisively into Adelia's personal space. Adrian's resolve hardened. I have to pull the trigger. A plan was already forming. Its S-rank potential, and I found the perfect trait to exploit. The target skill was servility, a trait that triggers a rush of euphoria when one serves a master with absolute devotion. Without preamble, Adrian blurted out, Adelia Bayan, swear your eternal loyalty to me. She gasped, her eyes wide with bewilderment. Me? Your Highness, what could you possibly mean? He stated it with the weight of an unbreakable command. I am telling you to become my knight. Here and now. As expected, she collapsed into a frantic kneel. Your Highness, that is a burden far too great for a lowly maid to carry. He immediately began laying out the terms. You said your family is forgotten. I will take full responsibility for the House of Bayan. Adrian's voice dropped to a low, solemn vibration. In exchange, you must swear your soul to me and serve me as your one true master. He watched her face intently as he spoke. If you cannot cage the madness yourself, then I will be the one to hold your reins. Adelia looked up tentatively, hope flickering in her eyes. Would you truly take responsibility for my kin? He answered instantly, I would. Then he added, if it is your wish, I will summon them to the capital so you may see them whenever you desire. She looked utterly transformed by joy. I shall do as you command. She bowed her head to the floor. I, Adelia, eldest daughter of House Bayan, swear my life and loyalty to Prince Adrian Leonberg. Adrian watched her in a heavy, contemplative silence. I shall serve you as my master and dedicate my entire existence to your will. The moment she concluded her oath, he extended a steady hand toward her. Excellent. Adrian issued his first decree with absolute authority. From this heartbeat forward, my word is your absolute law. She bowed her head instantly. Your will be done, my lord. In that breath, a dark and feverish spark of excitement began to flicker in Adelia's eyes. That unsettling reaction gave him pause. Have I truly made the right move by unchaining her? Once Adelia was officially instated as his guard, the kingdom's gossip reached a deafening roar. I heard the first prince has cast aside his brief silence to embrace true villainy. They say he used cowardly blackmail to steal a knight's soul and threw a dozen noble sons into the pits after a savage beating. And now, he's dubbed a common chambermaid as his personal champion. It's transparent. The personal knight title is just a pathetic front for building his own harem. His expression soured as he growled under his breath. Since when did my personal life become the kingdom's primary entertainment? Adrian Leonberg found the scrutiny suffocating. I took a single knight under my wing, yet everyone from the gutters to the gallows has an opinion on it. Even his father, the emperor, couldn't hide his disdain. I am drowning in the political fallout of your tantrums, and you have the audacity to play house with common girls? Then came the usual vultures. The battle-scarred Lord Bill sneered. How tragic. Have you already waved the white flag on our little wager? Even young Gillian Leonberg looked down his nose at him, elevating a servant to the knighthood. That's exactly the kind of farce I'd expect from you, brother. With those insults ringing in his ears, Adrian looked genuinely drained. I had no idea the rumor mill moved with such lethal efficiency. Suddenly, a maid burst in with a panicked announcement. Your Highness, Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. Adrian bolted upright in a fury. Are you joking? It's only been a month. The Queen of Leonberg swept into the room, her voice dripping with maternal disappointment. I dare to hope you had finally matured. It seems you're intent on dragging the Leonberg name back through the mud. Aren't you? She lowered her voice, her tone shifting to one of calculated resolution. Actually, perhaps this scandal is exactly the catalyst we needed. The Queen's next words left him reeling in disbelief. Once you're anchored by a wife and the responsibilities of a household, surely this aimless debauchery will end. A firm scowl settled on her face as she declared, trust your mother's judgment. This time, I will secure a bride capable of reining you in. Without waiting for a single word of protest, she vanished as quickly as she had appeared. I don't even have the breath to argue anymore. A full month later, he summoned Adelia Bayan to his private sanctum. So, will I truly be able to wield mana now? Adrian Leonberg offered a knowing smirk. Indeed, but not just any common energy, a very specific, ancient lineage of mana. Wasting no time, he summoned a swirl of cerulean magic within his palm. The moment he touched her, the dormant energy inside Adelia ignited into a brilliant gold. The world may have buried the legacy of the Sword Maidens, but I remember their power perfectly. The phantom echoes of her footsteps, the lethal elegance of the blade dancing across her fingertips. The primordial spirit of the Sword Maiden reached out and embraced Adelia in a celestial shroud. And then came the final piece, the thunderous, majestic pulse of her newly awakened heart. As the infusion reached its peak, a system window flickered into existence. Adelia Bayan has achieved mana perception. Adrian held his breath, awaiting the final confirmation. Mana inscription successful. A permanent mana circuit has manifested within the target's vessel. At that instant, Adelia's eyes snapped open, glowing with an ethereal, predatory light. A mana heart had been forged for nothing. Her face flushed a deep crimson from the sheer shock as she whispered, Is this the power of the heavens? Adrian spoke with calm authority. What you've experienced is the true method of forging a mana heart. From this day forward, you must refine it every waking second. The strain proved too much. He collapsed onto the floor, his strength spent. Your Highness. Adelia cried out, lunging to catch him. Are you hurt? Adrian lay slumped, his chest heaving. To think a single man of heart would drain me this completely. He waved off her concern and struggled to his sitting position. It's mere fatigue, nothing more. Her gaze remained locked on him, filled with a heavy, unspoken intensity. Why would you risk your own life for someone as insignificant as me? He cut her off with a casual wave of his hand. Enough. You're dismissed. He waited for the sound of the door, but she remained rooted to the spot. Is there something else you're staring at? To his shock, she dropped into a deep, reverent bow, her voice trembling with conviction. I swear to serve you with every drop of my blood until my final breath. A satisfied smile played on his lips. Just ensure you never forget who holds your leash. With gleaming eyes and hands clasped tightly in devotion, she chirped, I hear and obey, my lord. As she hurried out, Adrian turned to go. However, a sudden chill crept down his spine. I'm almost certain you're the one who will forget. His expression darkened as he muttered to himself, I'm dead serious. The seasons began to shift. Days later, Cast approached him with a measured, somber pace. Your Highness, a word regarding Ernest Huntington. He is currently being held under heavy guard as a key witness to the recent noble uprising. The High Court has banned all visitors until the official proceedings begin. This sparked a flicker of interest. A trial? Adrian's face twisted into a mask of pure boredom. Please tell me, I'm not expected to attend this circus. Cass shook his head. The blood of Leon Berg is not subject to the cross-examination of the courts, sire. A look of immense relief washed over Adrian. Finally, some good news. Yet the weariness remained. A trial. They truly love to weave a tragedy out of a simple scuffle. Noticing Adelia waiting nearby, he shifted his focus. Adelia, how does your body feel today? Pardon me? She flinched, momentarily lost. I don't follow, sire. He leaned his chin on his palm and narrowed his eyes. Your man of heart. Has the core stabilized within your chest? Adelia's expression sharpened instantly. Yes, your highness. As if waiting for a command. Adrian shifted his posture and commanded, excellent. From this day forward, your true training begins with me. Discard those rags, change into something practical, and meet me at the training grounds immediately. Noticing her lingering doubt, he added in a gravelly tone, burn that maid's uniform. You're a knight of the realm now. Moments later, Adrian was already deep into his warm-up routine under the open sky. Suddenly, a familiar roar shattered the silence. Just what in the hell do you think you're playing at? Bill Van Hart stormed toward him, face twisted in irritation. Adrian shot back. Are you blind? I'm preparing for a session. Bill snarled. I'm not talking about you. Bill jabbed a finger toward Adelia, who was sprinting across the field as if a demon were at her heels. I mean that girl. Catching his drift, Adrian maintained a mask of cool indifference. Haven't you heard the whispers, uncle? I'm forging her into a knight. This sent Bill's temper into the stratosphere. Is the sacred title a knight some hollow joke to you now? With a kingdom in this state, how can you be so damn reckless? As Bill's fury spiked, Adrian's own temper flared. Since when did you become my personal nanny? If it offends your sensibilities so much, stop haunting my training grounds. Just then, Adelia skidded to a halt nearby. Your Highness. She collapsed into the dirt, her lungs burning. 10 laps. As ordered. Completed. The moment Bill caught Adelia's eye, he jerked his head away, refusing to acknowledge her presence. She looked up, eyes filled with trepidation. Your Highness, please. If I've caused trouble, it's my fault. Adrian dismissed it with a wave. Ignore him. Stand up and take this. Today, we begin with the absolute foundation. He executed a complex sword forms right before Adelia's wide eyes. First, center your weight. Then strike with this exact trajectory. Sheathing his practice blade, Adrian barked, now mimic what you saw. She gripped the wooden hilt with clumsy, trembling fingers. Like this, my lord. Suddenly, the hesitation vanished from Adelia's gaze. A flash of lethal sharpness ignited in her eyes as she executed the strike with terrifying precision. Her footwork was a blur of fluid grace. The display left Bill Van Hart momentarily speechless, his eyes widening in shock. Even Adrian was floored. She replicated a master-level form perfectly after seeing it once. "This is monstrous." Adelia turned to him, her voice barely a whisper. "Was that acceptable, sire?" A cold shiver of unease crept down his spine. "Wait, if I lose my edge for even a second, she'll outstrip me before the sun sets." The servility trait means she only kneels to the absolute strongest. She won't respect a weakling. I'm already walking on eggshells, given how that original royal piece of trash mistreated her. A grim, bloody vision of the future flashed before Adrian's eyes. If her power eclipses mine now. He cut a dark look toward Bill, who was watching the girl with an unmistakable, predatory delight. I never imagined a common servant could harbor such raw, untapped genius. Adrian stepped forward, physically nudging Bill aside. "Eyes to yourself, uncle. What do you think you're doing?" Adrian stood his ground like a jealous wolf guarding its kill. "Don't you dare think of poaching her." Bill's lip curled in a mocking sneer. "And what exactly can a man like you offer a talent like that? You're a novice who's played with sticks for a few months. You're out of your league." Bill released a surge of oppressive mana, emphasizing his point. "You won't be able to hold her leash for long." The words pierced Adrian's ego like a jagged shard of ice. He bit his lip until it bled, thinking the old Adrian would have cowered and crawled away at that pressure. But I am not that pathetic shadow. Adrian Leonberg's eyes ignited with a hellish fire as he spat back. "If I can't master her." The mana heart in his chest erupted with a thundering pulse. He declared with a voice that shook the very air, "Then no soul in this world can. For I have tasted the lifeblood of the giant king. I have bathed in the essence of the crazed dragon and 1,000 other nightmares." The soul of ruin surged to the surface, and Adrian's very irises began to transform. System alert. A fragment of the primordial soul is manifesting through the host's will. The atmosphere around him warped, turning thick and heavy with the scent of ancient battle. Even a seasoned warrior like Bill felt the staggering weight of the aura radiating from the prince. Adrian stood toe-to-toe with the count, every word a lethal threat. "She belongs to me." Standing tall, Adrian hammered the point home with chilling finality. "She is mine. Look away and never dream of touching what I claim. I have a very low tolerance for those who covet my property." Bill's face went pale, his voice failing him as he stared at the monster before him. Adrian's eyes burned with a malevolent, incandescent crimson. He exhaled a long, steaming breath as the pressure slowly receded. Deep within his mind, the disturbing realization took root. My grip on this reality is starting to slip. I can't detect a single spark of vitality or a lingering trace of life. Only a paralyzing chill and an infinite void remains. Is this a premonition of my end? Adrian was seized by a primal dread. At this rate, his fragile vessel would be completely devoured by the monstrous soul of Gruhan, just as his consciousness began to slip into the abyss. A violent jolt snapped him back to reality. He stared Gruhan down eye to eye. That's quite enough. Once and for all, Adrian would break and tame his own savage instincts. Bill's boots struck the earth with a thunderous, bone-shaking thud. He spoke with the gravity of a seasoned commander. A mediocre knight can preserve the lives of 10 men. An elite knight can safeguard 100. Bill Van Hart narrowed his eyes at the bewildered Adelia. But that girl, she has the potential to save 1,000, or perhaps an entire nation. Hearing this, Adrian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is this what they call faith? The great vision of the legendary Northern commander? However, Adrian quickly masked his interest with a look of bored indifference. Frankly, I couldn't care less. Bill's lofty expectations evaporated like mist in the sun, even if she were the savior of millions. Suddenly, Adelia Bain's voice cut through the air with quiet steel. Count Van Hart. She struck her chest with a resounding thud and declared, "My soul and my flesh already belong to His Highness. I will not heed your counsel, Count. Bill stood frozen, his words dying in his throat. Adrian watched from the sidelines, a smug grin forming. Wrestling with my soul was worth it. Servility demands total submission to the apex predator. He seized the chance to gloat. You heard her. And uncle, isn't it painfully obvious you have nothing left to teach me? This farce began solely to help me shed some weight. If you intend to keep gracing my palace with your presence, stop meddling in my private affairs. The Count had no choice but to grit his teeth, his pride wounded. Fine, have it your way. Despite the dismissal, his uncle returned to the palace like clockwork every single day to shadow Adelia's progress. Though he was stripped of his right to nag and interfere, his presence gave Adrian a twisted sense of joy. Seeing his haughty uncle so visibly agitated was pure entertainment. Suddenly, a faint, ethereal hum of mana began to vibrate from Adelia's wooden blade. She stared at her weapon in disbelief as Bill felt a sharp shiver of realization. That sensation, he recognized it instantly, his heart sinking in shock. Has she already mastered the resonant sword? Adrian broke the silence with a sharp, mocking clap. Impressive. Truly well done. Inwardly, a seed of concern took root. At this breakneck pace, she might actually eclipse me. Adelia approached him, her face beaming with joy. Bill, on the other hand, was practically vibrating with rage. He lunged toward Adrian, snarling you. Did you actually force the girl to form a man of heart? Adrian's nonchalance only fueled Bill's fire. I did. Do you have a grievance with that? The Count finally snapped, bellowing, was it not enough for you to ruin yourself with that cheap, gutter-tier trick? Adrian's expression turned icy, a lethal, predatory light flashing in his eyes. Without a shred of warmth, he delivered a crushing command. Get out of my sight. But Bill refused to yield, his voice cracking with desperation. There was a path of glory for her. She had potential beyond your comprehension, and you've strangled it in the crib. Adrian turned his back, walking away with cold finality. Cast, escort our guest to the gates. Cast hesitated, looking pained. Your Highness. Bill shoved past, his pride flaring. Don't bother. I know where the exit is. Adelia stood in the center of the training ground, caught in the crossfire of the two men's clashing wills. She asked in a trembling whisper, Your Highness, is what I've learned truly just a cheap trick? Adrian's displeasure was palpable. He cut her off with sharp, absolute authority. No, not in the slightest. Adelia's eyes widened in confusion. Then why would the Count say such a thing? Adrian replied dryly, because he is a relic who doesn't understand the warriors of this age. They have long since forgotten the true essence of a man of heart. If they hadn't lost their way, they wouldn't treat it like a piece of discarded refuse. As Bill's silhouette disappeared into the distance, Adrian turned back to his knight. You'll witness it soon enough. The devastating reality of the true man of heart. Days later, a wooden sword was driven deep into the scorched earth of the training ground. Adrian crossed his arms, staring at the quivering blade in heavy silence. He looked up and taunted Bill Van Hart with a smirk. Uncle, you're acting as if this is our final farewell. Bill offered a 3-word challenge. Prove me wrong. I will manifest only a single mana chain. If you can force me back even half a step, I will finally acknowledge your path. Adrian Leonberg didn't hesitate for a heartbeat, his hand locking onto the hilt of his sword. Remind me, what were the stakes of our last wager? He boasted with a predatory grin. I'll claim a single wish as my prize. Bill countered with a gaze of icy, paternal disdain. If you prevail, I'll grant anything, even my house's most guarded secret arts. Adrian's smirk turned insufferably cocky. Secrets don't interest me. Bill scoffed, waving him off. Fine, show me. In a blur of motion, Adrian lunged. His opening gambit was a lethal strike aimed at the throat. Let's go. Facing the assault, Bill merely sighed in boredom. Going for the jugular in the first exchange? How predictable. His blade work was as savage and unrefined as ever. As another strike whistled toward him, Bill leaned back, evading the steel with effortless grace. Adrian's irritation peaked, his lip curling in a silent snarl of frustration. Seconds later, Bill had parried and dodged a dozen more strikes without breaking a sweat. Growing weary of the dance, Bill decided to flip the momentum with a casual, one-handed slash. Adrian was forced to exert 70% of his total strength just to deflect the crushing blow. Bill seized the opening to taunt him. "Is this the extent of your newfound power?" The mockery burned, striking a direct hit on Adrian's volatile pride. He scrambled back, desperately trying to put distance between them. Seeing the retreat, Bill let his guard slip, his tone patronizing. Waving the white flag already, Adrian steadied his breathing and tightened his grip on the hilt. Not in this lifetime. He knew the score. His uncle was a nuisance, but his strength was undeniable. The man was baiting him, waiting for him to draw mana so he could crush his spirit once again. With a mana heart at this fledgling level, a conventional clash would end in a humiliating defeat. Sensing a stalemate, he pivoted to psychological warfare. "Tell me, doesn't it strike you as odd?" Bill's brow furrowed in genuine confusion. Adrian Leon Berg didn't skip a beat. 4 centuries ago, legendary knights utilized the mana heart to perform miracles that reshaped history. And yet, simply because a more efficient technique surfaced, the heritage of those titans is now treated like worthless scrap. It seems the world is under the delusion that the mana chain is vastly superior to the mana heart. Bill cut him off with blunt impatience. "What's your point, boy?" Adrian's voice rang with absolute conviction. "I believe you're all dead wrong. The mana heart isn't flawed. The users are just weak. Not all hearts beat with the same fire." At that moment, Adrian's eyes ignited with a terrifying confidence. "Uncle, have you ever heard a Battle Soul song?" To Bill Van Hart, it was mere gibberish. This is a training ground for warriors, not a theater for poets. Adrian's lips curled into a sharp smile. "I knew you'd say that, Uncle, since you insist on calling the mana heart a crude relic for common mercenaries." Bill's temper flared. "You chatter like a magpie. Need a few more minutes to catch your breath?" Adrian paused, then dismissed the offer with a cold look. "I'm ready." His movements began to flow with an uncanny, rhythmic grace. The path a knight carves becomes his legacy. 100 triumphs are my pride, and they are my weapon. The aura Adrian radiated became so alien and oppressive that even Bill's instincts screamed. "What is this pressure?" The system signaled the awakening, chanting the song of 100 victories before 20 witnesses. The legendary feat is being engraved upon the heart. Engraved feats are manifesting as a battle soul song. A battle soul song was forged, resonating through the knight's sacred steel. An anomaly was unfolding. Battle soul song. Common grade battle melody has been manifested. A modest triumph, born of my labors over these past 6 months. The battle melody is now active. This is the true zenith of the mana heart, the battle soul song. The system interface flashed. The effect of battle melody has been successfully triggered. Standing firm, Bill refused to waver in his dogma. Tricks won't change the outcome. He scowled, dismissing the spectacle. A mana heart will never, ever overcome a mana chain. Adrian ignored the warning, launching himself forward like a bolt of lightning. As he closed the gap, a flicker of genuine alarm finally crossed Bill's face. Suddenly, Adrian's heart spasmed with agony. The mana from Bill's rings was designed to trigger a violent reflux within a mana heart. He ground his teeth together, his face darkening as he fought through the excruciating pain. For a second, his stance faltered, and a small, knowing smirk touched Bill's lips. The Count continued to hammer away at his resolve. "You're remarkably stubborn to still be standing." Despite the crushing pressure, he flashed a defiant smirk. "However, to compose this melody, I have bled through 100 grueling sessions and withstood the mana reflux. Duffed from these cursed rings over 1,000 agonizing times. This is a power forged specifically to dismantle knights who rely on the mana chain. For every 100 clashes, I have weathered 1,000 violent waves. Vitreous mana erupted from Adrian's pores, shrouding him in a shimmering, lethal aura. His heart became a crucible of fiery magic, the true essence of the battle melody. Suddenly, the tip of his wooden blade felt as sharp as a divine relic. Bill squared his shoulders, a glint of genuine interest in his eyes. Now, this finally looks like a challenge worth my time. In the blink of an eye, Adrian's speed accelerated to a terrifying blur. The two blades collided, unleashing a shockwave of immense, suffocating pressure. Bill remained anchored like a mountain, while Adrian threw his entire soul into the momentum of the strike. As the exchange dragged on, Adrian's stamina defied all logic, maintaining a peak intensity that should have been impossible. A shadow of fatigue finally flickered across Bill's face. I never imagined he could sustain this level of violence for so long. Suddenly, a strange vibration resonated through the hilt of Bill's sword. Deciding to end the stalemate, Bill pivoted and delivered a devastating vertical cleave. The impact sent Adrian reeling backward, his boots carving deep furrows into the earth. His face was a mask of sweat, blood, and the gritty grime of combat. Bill spoke with stern gravity, beginning to ask, "How does it feel?" Only to be cut off. "I told you once," Adrian spat. "Not all mana hearts are forged equal." Bill's runic magic circle flared with blinding light. "Your arrogance has outpaced your skill." Unconsciously, the veteran knight shifted his lead foot from its original, immovable position. Then, he channeled his full might into a single, fundamental strike. Adrian's frame couldn't anchor the sheer force. He was hurled through the air like a broken doll. As the duel stretched on, even Bill Van Hart's legendary endurance began to flag. Enough games. The fact that you're still breathing is a feat in itself. You have earned my praise. Adrian didn't hear him. He was too busy dragging his battered body from the dirt. As I feared, a common grade battle soul song isn't enough to bridge this gap. Yet he refused to yield. Adrian continued his grim recitation of the world 400 years past. The knights of old committed a catastrophic blunder. They slaughtered every monster, leaving no true enemies for the generations that followed. In the beginning, the sacred knowledge was passed down with absolute precision. The peerless sword forms, the true secrets of forging the heart. And those magnificent battle soul songs. But time is a cruel thief, gnawing away at those glorious achievements. Until, eventually, the truth was swallowed by the shadows of the forgotten. Tales of colossal dragons, no living I have seen. And giant kings whose names have turned to dust. They have been dismissed as nothing more than the fever dreams of legends. Of course, new battle soul songs were born. But they are pathetic things, victories over a mere 10 knights. Feats of defeating 100 common soldiers. Melodies composed while merely squabbling with other humans. With such shallow roots, your souls will never blossom into myths or heroes. You lack the strength to withstand the coming storm. Adrian's gaze was unwavering, piercing through Bill's defense. Sigmund, with such hollow techniques, you will never reach the realm of transcendence. Bill Van Hart looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. Are you drunk in the middle of the day? I haven't understood a single word of your rambling for the last 10 minutes. To Adrian, the man was a tragic relic. Bill Van Hart, a knight as arrogant as he was blind. Adrian continued his relentless lecture. You all need to wake up and realize exactly how much grandeur you have let slip through your fingers. Amidst the swirling mana, he whispered to his own soul, if you cannot see it. As if the mana itself had formed spectral hands to steady his grip, Adrian growled, then I will show you. A strike that no steel can parry, the power to rend dragon scales and drown in its boiling blood. The system surged with a terrifying new prompt. User is chanting the song of the true dragon's world-ending catastrophe. Suddenly, Adrian's heart spasmed with agonizing, white-hot pain. Warning, current stats are insufficient for this grade. Portions of the song are being omitted. Portions omitted. Portions omitted. Portions omitted. Finally, the verdict. manifesting only a single line of the song. 1/16th of its true power. His eyes burned with an incandescent, hellish crimson as he unleashed the forbidden technique. Severing. Dragon scale. Sword met sword in a cataclysmic collision, sparks erupting like dying stars. The concentrated mana within Bill's blade began to fracture and fray. This is impossible. His pupils dilated in sheer, unadulterated terror. At this rate, the vortex of power will swallow me whole. Finally, the surging energy hit its zenith, and a blinding radiance fractured the clear sky. The ensuing shockwave completely decimated the arena, leaving nothing but rubble. Adrian was catapulted back by the blast as a panicked voice screamed, "Your Highness." As the thick veil of dust settled, Bill's silhouette remained standing, tall and imposing. Adrian ground his teeth in agony, forcing his battered limbs to crawl back toward the light. Noticing the glow of Bill's from magic rings, he spat out, "I thought you said you'd only use one?" Bill Van Hart's expression grew grim. Adrian felt a surge of triumph. So, even after igniting all 4 rings, that he still couldn't prevent his own blade from shattering like glass. On the other side of the crater, Adrian forced himself into a seated position. Mana from heart is naturally eclipsed by the output of the rings. That is an absolute law. Yet, he declared coldly, "Count Bill Van Hart." The mere utterance of his name made Bill go rigid. "You lost." At the peak of his victory, a dozen spectral chains suddenly began to constrict Adrian's heart. They coiled tightly around Gruhan's essence. His primal soul wouldn't stop screaming. "Enough. Please, just make it stop." Adrian Leonberg's face drained of all color, turning a ghostly white. Involuntarily, he clutched his chest and collapsed into the dirt. Back in the present, a searing, white-hot pain continued to torture Adrian in his bed. His fingers spasmed, white-knuckled as he gripped the silken bedsheets. Cold sweat drenched his brow. This cursed battle soul song. This is the toll for dredging up its power. To rend the scales of a dragon. Because the song of the true dragon's world-ending destruction is a mythic tier battle soul song. Once the tremors subsided, Adrian clenched his fist with a prideful smirk. "My body is a disaster, but the results were worth every ounce of agony. The very first battle soul song I've woven with my own hands. 100 victories are my glory and my might. Through 100 duels, I have weathered 1,000 storms. I shall stand firm against even the most violent tides." He beamed with pure satisfaction. Success. The proficiency of battle melody has increased slightly. The thought sent a thrill through him. This is finally enough to humble that arrogant third prince. Suddenly, Adelia's voice broke the silence. "Your Highness." She gazed at him with eyes full of reverence, like a devotee meeting a god. You're finally conscious." The palace turned into a nightmare after you collapsed. I've never seen the queen in such a terrifying rage. Adrian chuckled darkly to himself. "Good. Let them sweat for a change." Adelia Bain interrupted his grim joy with a hesitant look. And Count Van Hart left a message. He demanded to be informed the very instant your Highness opened your eyes. Adrian sprawled back onto the mattress with lazy indifference. "Keep him waiting. I'm not done resting yet." Then he fell into a contemplative silence. Adrian focused entirely on the turbulent spirit within his vessel. If I don't heal properly from the backlash of the Battle Soul song, the price will be catastrophic. The present and the past will bleed into one another, creating a chaotic blur of memories. And eventually, the thin veil of sanity will completely disintegrate. I'll be reduced to a madman, eternally trapped in the fractured echoes of a dead soul's world. The thought of such an end made his face twist in disgust. To think I'd be imprisoned in the memories of sword again after finally tasting humanity. It's chilling. According to Adrian's hazy, fragmented recollections, Agnes Bain was a peerless legend of the blade. He looked at Adelia and emphasized, as a direct descendant of the Bain bloodline, "You're the only one who can inherit the Battle Soul song she left behind." She was stunned, her voice trembling. I never knew my lineage held such a formidable warrior. Adrian shrugged and poured himself a glass of water. Of course, you'll need to transcend your current limits to be worthy of that song. So tell me. Adrian watched her closely as he asked, "Was it you hoped to achieve by mastering the sword?" Adelia looked lost, as if the question had never crossed her mind. That is, she turned her gaze toward the floor. If I truly have the potential to become a knight. Adrian sighed at her crippling shyness. If you become a knight, then what? He didn't want to back her into a corner. If the answer eludes you, tell me when you're ready. Suddenly, she struggled to find her voice. He waited, the silence hanging heavy between them. Summoning every ounce of her resolve, she declared, "Your Highness, I will become the blade that slashes your enemies." This time, it was Adrian who was left speechless by her conviction. Echoes of my eons as a sentient blade resurface, memories of battle hymns, that ignite with the thunder of war horns and epic sagas, that begin with a single blood-stained step onto the battlefield. Then, there are tales born of a soul-carved vow, the very oath Adelia now whispers. I shall exist solely for your Highness until my final breath. I offer up my entire being as a sacrifice to your will, my lord. Suddenly, the system flickers with a clandestine alert. Adelia Bayan offers the song of submission. His mana heart erupts in a sudden, radiant glow. Is this the manifestation of Adelia's own battle soul song? A rare phenomenon. A battle soul song so potent it can fundamentally alter those nearby. A pillar of golden light descends, enveloping Adelia as a new legend is etched into existence. Battle Soul's song, epic-grade melody of domination, has been successfully manifested. From my ancient archives, the Song of Submission is a hymn of absolute fealty. It isn't a mere combat buff. It's a spiritual shackle that fuses two souls together, transcending her servant's mindset trait. Adrian gazes at Adelia, his mind reeling. To think a scion of the Sword Maiden would weave a hymn of such utter surrender. I can already feel an unexpected surge of power flowing from her. Scanning his status, Adrian's lips curl into a satisfied smirk. As the sole master of this Song of Submission, Adelia's meteoric growth will directly fuel my own ascension. Adrian offers her a rare, genuine smile. You have my gratitude. The words send a violent crimson blush across Adelia's face. Your Highness. In the flickering shadows of the room, their gazes lock for a fleeting second, though I have yet to fathom the full extent of the benefits this bond will bring. The days bleed into one another as a week passes in a blur. Adrian's face is a mask of profound, bone-deep exhaustion. Caste and Adelia stand before him, frozen in a state of bewildered silence. Suddenly, a gentle voice drifts from the corridor. Ian, has your strength returned? He stammers, his poise momentarily slipping. I'm quite well. Adrian eyes the Queen of Leonberg warily as she enters. Dealing with those who despise this body is child's play. But navigating the unconditional love she feels for the original prince is utterly suffocating. Breaking the silence, she asks softly, "Do you still harbor bitterness toward your uncle?" Before he can speak, the Queen intercedes with a hushed plea. Your uncle never truly sought to break you. Whatever resentment remains, I beg you to cast it aside. He replies flatly, I feel no malice toward him. To his surprise, this only fuels the Queen's agitation. How can that be? He was relentless, badgering you at every turn, claiming you feel nothing must be a hollow lie. Adrian sighs, truly, mother, it's the truth. He rubs his temples, waiting for the inevitable storm of her reaction to pass. Recalling the duel, he thinks, I already delivered a blow more lethal than any blade. I shattered his pride and negated his entire worldview. He is likely drowning in a sea of his own inadequacy right now. And I planted a seed of doubt, an inner demon within his soul. If his talent is genuine, he will transcend. If not, that he will lose even his precious martial standing. Quite frankly, His fate is of no consequence to me. The queen offers a nostalgic smile. Your uncle spent his life communing with cold steel rather than warm souls. He is rough and graceless. Yet, lately, he speaks of you with such quiet pride. He was the one who personally petitioned His Majesty on your behalf. The revelation pierces through Adrian's icy detachment. It is entirely due to his intervention that your house arrest was rescinded early, though chaos erupted the moment you were freed. She recalls Adrian's recent spree of arrests with a weary sigh. Your uncle's political standing must be incredibly precarious now. Adrian is stunned, so that's why he looked so utterly miserable. Adrian strokes his chin, lost in thought. A massive, unanswered question looms in his mind. What could possibly drive that man to sacrifice so much for me? Following the queen's exit, a new visitor arrives. The scholar Niccolò Machiavelli, wearing the slick smile of a master merchant. Your Highness. Adrian feels an instinctive chill and shuts him down instantly. Whatever you're selling, I absolutely refuse. Cast and Adelia watch from the periphery, silent witnesses to the unfolding drama. Driven to desperation, Adrian resorts to his old theatrics, collapsing onto the floor in a loud wail. Why must I suffer through these lessons? Niccolò remains unfazed, his voice smooth. If one shuns the light of knowledge, what separates a man from a common beast? Adrian bolts upright, his eyes flashing with indignation. Are you implying I am a beast? The old man offers a patient, cutting retort. You have only just begun your journey, sire. At this stage, calling you a beast would be an insult to the beast. Adrian erupts in protest. I haven't even cracked a book. Do not attempt to trap me with your verbal acrobatics. He slumps back onto the floor with a huff. I may appear unrefined, but I already possess all the wisdom I require. I have no need for your tutelage. Do you understand? Niccolò Machiavelli leans in, his eyes gleaming with a hidden trap. If your conviction is that absolute, let us settle this with a wager. Engage in a brief discourse with me. If your intellect is as sharp as you claim, I shall vanish from your sight forever. Sensing an easy escape, Adrian agrees instantly. Done. A deal is a deal. The intellectual battle commences, culminating in Adrian slamming his fist onto the table. Exactly. You've hit the mark. That is precisely why one must never show their back. Give people an inch of leniency, and it is human nature to trample over you. Niccolò nods in perfect, calculated harmony. Your insight is absolutely flawless, Your Highness. Seizing the opening, the old scholar slid a leather-bound tome across the table. I suspect you'll find this quite illuminating. He took the book, thumbing through its pages with growing interest. It framed the bond between ruler and subject as a cold contract. The sovereign demands steel and gold in exchange for a shield, while the subjects trade their liberty for the promise of stability. The logic struck a chord with Adrian's cynical worldview. The old man has a point. At their core, all human connections are merely transactional. The intellectual sparring stretched well into the twilight hours. Regarding this passage, precisely. Yes, and that clause as well. As the session concluded, Niccolò gathered his manuscripts with a satisfied air. Well then, Your Highness, the scholar said, offering a radiant smile and a parting vow. We shall pick up the thread of this discussion tomorrow. Before he realized he was being led by the nose, Adrian waved a casual farewell. Fine, I'll be expecting you. Even as Niccolò retreated, Adrian remained enveloped in an uncharacteristically good mood. Suddenly, the fog of amusement lifted. Wait a minute. Did I just voluntarily sit through a lecture? Adrian's lip twitched in annoyance. He had been played like a finely tuned instrument. That old fox is far more cunning than his appearance suggests. Meanwhile, the scholar was busy reevaluating his perception of the first prince. He is a far cry from the degenerate described in the rumors. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith in a cloudless sky, Adrian lay sprawled across his bed, the picture of absolute, mind-numbing boredom. He rolled restlessly from side to side, groaning, "This is agonizing." His heart felt strangely hollow and impatient. Have I been a bit too disciplined lately? Now that I'm not focused on breaking my limits, I have nothing to do. My vessel is still mending from that strain too. Suddenly, a crisp announcement echoed from the door. Your Highness, Lord Bill Van Hart requests an audience. He bolted upright, his boredom vanishing. A visitor was exactly what he needed. Adelia tilted her head, her gaze questioning. How shall we proceed? Adrian, desperate for any distraction, smirked. Bring him in. He stood with hands on his hips, a cocky silhouette waiting for his uncle. It had been several days since their clash. A visit was long overdue. His posture sharpened as Bill entered the room. However, it appears he hasn't even begun to exorcise the inner demon I branded into his soul. The veteran knight let out a heavy, soul-weary sigh. Then he spoke with a raw, unexpected sincerity. I am profoundly sorry. I violated my own oath and inflicted a grievous wound upon you. For such a disgrace, there is no justification. Adrian recalled the duel with a flicker of secret guilt. The truth is, my collapse wasn't from his blade, but the backlash of forcing a mythic-grade soul song. The weight of his guilt intensified as he remembered the Queen's words about Bill's fragile position, a position Adrian had further jeopardized with his recent rampage. Bill spoke in a gravelly, defeated tone. State your price. Name whatever you desire. If you demand my arm, it is yours. If you want my eye, I will carve it out myself. Adrian felt a cold shiver and snapped back. What use would I have for your rotting scraps? Adrian found himself caught in an internal debate. To think a man destined for the heights of sword saint is being strangled by a shadow like this. After 5 seconds of calculated silence, he reached a verdict. Fine, consider this an act of royal mercy. I will declare my wish now. Uncle, secure me a passage beyond these palace walls. The man looked momentarily blindsided. Your house arrest has been lifted. Surely you can walk through the gates whenever you please? Adrian wagged a finger dismissively. Incorrect. I'm not talking about a stroll in the park. I want a journey, far away, preferably beyond the capital's borders. The request left Bill paralyzed, standing as rigid as a stone monument. It took a painful moment for him to regain his composure. Arranging such a trek will take time. With the imperial banquet looming, a long excursion is impossible. Adrian waved it off. That's acceptable. With the deal struck, his uncle turned to depart. Understood. I shall contact you once the logistics are finalized. Adrian dismissed him with a lazy gesture. Get to it. Cass stood nearby, watching the counts retreating back. Sensing the knight had a question, Adrian asked bluntly, Well, why the bewildered look? Cass hesitated, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. It's just unexpected. I assumed your highness would demand something far more predatory, given the count's broken promise. It was a golden opportunity to bleed him dry in a dozen ways. Caught in his rare moment of leniency, Adrian didn't feel like explaining himself. He merely grumbled, watching that stubborn old relic grovel like that. It just felt pathetic. Before the awkwardness could settle, he caught Cast's muffled snicker. What's so funny? Cast, you've grown far too bold lately, haven't you? At that moment, Adelia appeared at his side. Your Highness. She held a small, unassuming slip of parchment. The missive you've been anticipating has arrived. It was embossed with a very specific, recognizable seal. The message was curt and clinical. I have recently achieved a modest breakthrough. Perhaps I shall pay you a visit in the near future. I trust you will remain in good health until then. From all in Korea. Adrian scanned the final lines. A sharp smile played on his lips. Perfect timing. 5 days later, his uncle confirmed the arrangements, and 2 days after that, the morning of departure arrived. The carriage procession rattled forward, passing through the grand city gates into the unknown. Adrian hung out of the carriage window with the curiosity of a child. Uncle, what did you call this backwater fief again? Elin? Ellen. Bill Van Hart knitted his brows in a stern scowl. Can't you maintain a shred of royal decorum and sit still? But catching the genuine wonder in the boy's eyes, his gaze softened. I'll explain everything. Just get back inside before you fall out. The tale stretched back to an era long forgotten. The legacy of the Counts of Elan. It served as the crown jewel of the imperial family's military production, their most vital weapons foundry. The iron veins snaking through the territory yielded peerless ore, refined by a legendary guild of master blacksmiths. It was no hyperbole to claim that half the steel held by the Imperial Legion was forged in Elan. Adrian Leonberg's eyes gleamed with predatory intent. Perfect. His mind raced with lethal possibilities. My prowess has reached a new plateau. It's high time I wielded a blade worthy of my hands. Initially, he planned to plunder the Imperial armory, but Cass' apology still rang in his ears. By the Emperor's direct decree, you are forbidden from drawing any government steel. The Emperor's command had been absolute. If that brat so much as grazes a hilt, consider it a death sentence. Adrian winced at the memory. It was the original prince's reckless stupidity that had led to him being skewered by Gruhan in the first place. The more he dwelled on it, the more he realized how deep a hole he had to climb out of. Fine. If the palace won't arm me, I'll find a masterpiece in the wild. Suddenly, Adrian went quiet, stealing a calculated glance at Bill. A surprising thought flickered through his mind. The old man is remarkably attentive for someone who looks like he eats gravel for breakfast. Bill growled at him. The wind is making a racket. Close the window. Adrian barked back in defiance. Not a chance. And thus, the grueling 20-day trek began. Trapped in the swaying carriage, Adrian focused on stabilizing his internal energy. It was time to replenish his reserves. The rhythmic jolting of the wheels, the sharp chill of the passing mountain air, the muffled cadence of the night's banter outside. He drew in the microscopic fragments of mana suspended in the atmosphere. If I can saturate this hollow mana heart. Slowly, the nebulous pulses of mana began to crystallize within his chest. Suddenly, a jarring sensation of dissonance rippled through Adrian's core. What is this? Even in his meditative trance, he was struck with disbelief. When did my mana heart expand to this staggering volume? A radiant system notification materialized. You have survived an extraordinary feat that defied the laws of your current vessel. You have glimpsed the forbidden horizon of an immense will. He stared at the text. So, that was the hidden reward for unleashing the world-ending destruction. A soft, ethereal light began to pulse from Adrian's chest. Your perseverance has reshaped your flesh. Your mana heart has undergone a massive expansion. Physical constitution overhauled to accommodate the surge. Your vessel can now harness vast quantities of mana. You have ascended to the realm of a swordmaster. Your resonance with the primal source has been refined. Shackles on your dormant powers are crumbling. The all-seeing eye has evolved significantly. The heavens-hearing ear has achieved a higher state of perception. To Adelia, he simply looked like he was having a strange fit. Your Highness, are you unwell? He paid her no mind, throwing phantom strikes and testing the air with his palms. Calibration complete. Adrian clenched his fist, feeling the raw power thrumming under his skin. I've crossed the threshold once again. The caravan finally rolled into the heart of Elan County. The moment Adrian stepped onto the cobblestones, a welcoming committee was waiting. It is a profound honor to host you within our walls, Your Highness. Two noblemen offered deep practice bows. EGA, head of House Elan, at your service. And Torrens, his heir, welcomes the first prince. Adrian stepped forward with practiced royal poise. Your hospitality is noted and appreciated. Ekasmilet varmli. The road was long. You must be famished. Allow me to escort you to your chambers. Adrian didn't follow. Instead, his gaze swept across the estate with sharp, critical eyes. He made several mental notes. They boast of being a weapons hub, yet the walls are lined with decorative junk. These are toys, meaningless trinkets that wouldn't last a second in a real bloodbath. As he walked alongside EJ, his eyes continued to dart restlessly toward every rack and display. A scowl played on his lips. If this is their best, I've wasted 20 days traveling for nothing. Unable to mask his impatience, he demanded, "The blacksmith guild is stationed nearby, isn't it?" EGA blinked, taken aback. "Yes, but—" Adrian didn't let him finish. "Lead the way. I want to see the fires for myself." A moment later, the pace of the group quickened significantly. EGA hurried to keep up, offering a word of caution. Blacksmiths are a breed apart, notoriously prideful and stubborn. When a hammer hits the iron, they wouldn't stop for the emperor himself. Their tongues are as jagged and cold as the slag they cast aside. If their manners offend you, Your Highness, please attribute it to the artisan's obsession and grant them your indulgence. Adrian wasn't listening. His world had narrowed down to the roar of the furnaces and the rhythmic symphony of steel on steel. Stepping into the forge, EG8 gestured to the shimmering heat. "The temperature is punishing, sire. If the air becomes too stifling, please inform me." Adrian stood mesmerized by the primal atmosphere, the thunderous ringing of hammers echoing in his very bones. Noticing the prince reaching toward a white-hot ingot, EGA's heart skipped a beat. "Your Highness? What are you doing?" Step by agonizing step, he waded deeper into the heart of the forge. Adrian seemed to dissolve into the atmosphere as the hellish flames roared and the bellows wheezed like a dying beast. The blacksmiths were a choir of iron, swinging their massive hammers relentlessly against the glowing, red-hot metal. The suffocating heat was a physical weight, causing rivers of sweat to cascade down his face. Yet, amidst the industrial cacophony, the thing he hungered for finally resonated, a sound of crystalline, supernatural purity. Adrian froze in front of a lone blacksmith who was laboring with divine focus. The man was weathered by time, yet his burning passion and the hypnotic rhythm of his strikes never once wavered. The masterpiece unfolding before him was being seared into the very fabric of his mind. A phantom image of Rohan flickered in his consciousness. This is it, the first memory I can truly grasp from the void. Suddenly, a soft touch broke his concentration as a handkerchief dabbed the salt from his brow. Adrian turned to find Adelia Bayan watching him with concern. "Your Highness, you're practically melting in this heat." He snapped out of his trance, suddenly acutely aware of his surroundings. He jerked his head away, brusquely dismissing her maternal hovering. His eyes surged back to the old man Logan of the anvil, whose every strike was a prayer in steel. The chief blacksmith rounded up the workers to offer a formal salute. These humble laborers offer their lives and loyalty to the first prince. Ega enteriected. "This is Jackson, the overseer of our blacksmith guild." Adrian didn't even spare them a glance. Understood. Adrian's focus remained locked, a predator watching a miracle as the old master hammered the soul into the steel. Fearing the prince's legendary temper, Jackson barked at the old man. "Have you lost your mind? Cease this at once and bow before his highness." Unexpectedly, the interruption made Adrian's own fury ignite. "You're far too loud. Quiet down." His eyes were pools of lethal irritation. The legion of blacksmiths fell into a terrified hush, not daring to draw breath. The sword-to-be glowed with a celestial red heat as the pungent scent of scorched iron saturated the air. He surveyed the room. It was painfully obvious they had abandoned their craft just to appease him. Adrian warned them, "Performing tasks I never requested. That only allows the iron to grow cold. Unless you want the fires of this forge to die, return to your labor." At his command, the blacksmiths scrambled back to their anvils. "What are you staring at? Seize your hammers. Stoke the bellows. Move." They fled, leaving Adrian standing in the center of the chaos, a silent sentinel observing the birth of steel. It felt as though he were standing in a pocket of frozen time. The master in front of him hadn't faltered for even a microsecond. The cadence of his hammer was a metronome of perfection, never missing a single beat. Adrian had no desire to intrude. He simply committed every fluid movement to memory. The sparks flying off the blade were mirrored in his intense, unblinking eyes. The world had shrunk until nothing remained but fire, ash, and more fire. The spine of the sword began to pulse with a brilliant internal radiance. His entire existence narrowed down to the old man and the anvil. Sweat continued to pour as his pulse quickened. Adrian whispered to himself, what is this intoxicating sensation? The tour concluded, and EGA escorted Adrian out. For reasons beyond our grasp, he has spent the last 6 months forging masterpieces only to melt them back into slag. Adrian's curiosity piqued. Are they flawed? Defective? EGA shook his head in somber mourning. It is impossible to say. EGA lowered his voice as he told the tale. Every blade he completes is a work of art. That is why he is hailed as the Grandmaster of Forging. To my eyes, his creations are flawless, divine. It remains a baffling mystery why he refuses to let them live. The deeper he spoke, the more his frustration and pity bled through. For a month now, he has shunned sleep, burying himself in the smoke and heat. At his age, we fear he is forging his own funeral pyre. Adrian didn't utter another word, marching straight back to the estate. A true zealot of the craft. The days turned into a blur. His Highness arrived at the forge at the first crack of dawn and vanished only when the stars reigned. Throughout it all, the old man simply continued his grueling, solitary labor. And His Highness simply stood in the shadows, a silent ghost watching a god work. The rumors of a thug prince bringing ruin were quickly forgotten. Not a single drop of blood or a broken bone had occurred. One final night, under the silver hook of a crescent moon, Adrian sought out the forge for the last time. The day of his inevitable departure had arrived. He looked as if he were harboring 1,000 questions, yet he bit his tongue. As expected, the master didn't so much as glance at his royal shadow. Reaching his breaking point, Adrian let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. I truly hoped to see the finished product before my time here ran out. EGA was stunned into silence by the prince's raw, uncharacteristic longing. He mused to himself. His Highness appears to be drowning in a sea of regret. With a sharp pivot, Adrian commanded, move out. There's a farewell gala tonight, and we depart at the crack of dawn. EGA watched the prince's retreating shadow in silence. He prayed, if only for a fleeting second, that the prince could witness the master's final masterpiece. The following morning, just as the sun claimed the center of the sky, Your Highness, Adrian emerged in the distance, his royal composure slightly frayed and disheveled. EGA sprinted toward him, gasping out the revelation, the master blacksmith. He has finally birthed the blade. The moment the words hit him, Adrian transformed into a blur of motion, sprinting toward the forge. The sight that greeted him was the old artisan, cradling the newly forged steel in his weathered hands. He was meticulously polishing every inch of the blade with religious devotion. It was finally a reality, radiating a transcendent shimmer under the harsh midday sun. To the shock of the onlookers, the master said nothing. He simply sank to his knees, offering the weapon to Adrian. The polished steel mirrored the fire in the prince's eyes. I dedicate this soul-tempered blade to you. He spoke with labored breath, carving every word into the air for the prince to hear. This was a level of reverence that even EGA had never dared to imagine. Forge it with the ferocity of a sun breaking the horizon, and quench it until its spirit matches the deep hue of a sovereign's robes. When a hammer meets the soul, a sunblade and a true king shall rise. He chanted the ancient hymn of the forge. Gripping the hilt and feeling the balance, Adrian asked softly, does this masterpiece have a name? The old man bowed his head with profound respect. I call it Twilight. Adrian queried, is it the twilight of the fading sun or the first light of dawn? The master replied, for me, it is the setting sun, but for your highness, it shall be the dawning of a new era. Adrian erupted into a boisterous laugh. You have a silver tongue for a man who talks to iron all day. Suddenly, the master's voice plummeted to a raspy whisper as he exhaled a long, final breath. That is, he gasped as his strength vanished. A relief. Before a hand could reach him, the old man collapsed, slipping into unconsciousness. Cass leaned in, whispering urgently, "Your Highness." Adrian caught the artisan and barked an order. "Inform my uncle that I am staying behind tonight." That night, the flickering torches cast long, dancing shadows across the tent. Adrian remained a solitary sentinel, keeping watch over the dying man. The master stirred, a flicker of awareness returning. "The moment your highness stood behind me, destiny itself guided my hammer. The steel chose its own moment to be born into this world." Adrian crossed his arms, a ghost of a smile appearing. "Is that truly what you believe?" Then, his expression grew somber. "The reality is," he hesitated for a heartbeat. He leaned close, breathing a secret directly into the old man's ear. The artisan's eyes snapped wide, his body jolting in sheer, unadulterated shock. Seconds of silence passed before he gasped, "Gods above, then you truly are." Adrian nodded with grim finality. "Exactly. So how could I not understand your heart?" Having finally pierced the veil of mystery, the man on the deathbed let out a hollow, joyful laugh. He spoke with a sense of absolute completion. "I see. At last, the puzzle is whole. Your Highness, I beg you, let me hold the blade one last time." Adrian swiftly pressed the hilt into the man's trembling hands. "It is yours." The artisan gripped the steel with shaking fingers, sweat matting his pale face. "I pray with my final breath that this sword, that will grow to be as magnificent as the legend you represent." Hearing those words, Adrian felt a violent stir of emotion deep within his soul. Adrian seized the man's hand, his grip like iron. "It most certainly will. I swear it." And then, the inevitable conclusion arrived, silent and final. The master had reached the end of his long, arduous pilgrimage. He had poured his very life force into the anvil to create his ultimate magnum opus. Throughout that long night, Adrian sat in silence, forging a vow that would never be broken. By morning, another sword sat encased in an ornate presentation box. EGA presented it as a parting gift, beaming with pride. A soul-forged blade is priceless, but perhaps impractical for daily use. I wish to offer your highness this mana-infused sword as a token. Please accept this superior weapon instead. Adrian accepted the gift with a mask of royal grace. It is exquisite. Inwardly, he analyzed the decent mid-tier tool, but it lacks a soul. Relieved by Adrian's reaction, EGA asked, "And what of the other sword, sire?" Adrian fastened Twilight to his hip with casual elegance. "A master gave his life for this blade. That alone is a priceless treasure. And yet you offer another magic sword? Such loyalty. The house of Elan's devotion to the imperial throne is truly a sight to behold." EGA stood frozen, realizing he'd been played like a cheap fiddle. He could only bow low, muttering, "The honor is ours," while inwardly screaming in pure agony. He had intended to use that gaudy magic sword as bait to reclaim the master's masterpiece, but instead, he just handed over a high-tier blade for absolutely nothing. 1 month later, deep within the shadows of a sprawling forest, Bill's voice thundered across the ranks. "Carriages and infantry, fall back and maintain pace. Cavalry, push forward at full throttle. We're behind schedule, so move your hides. Keep up." The soldiers roared back in unison, "Yes, sir." Adrian watched the veteran commander with a sharp, lingering gaze. He couldn't resist a jab. "You certainly look swamped with work, uncle. Now that I think about it, I barely caught a glimpse of you during our entire stay in Elan." Bill kept his chin high, eyes on the horizon. "His Majesty entrusted me with a private objective." Adrian stroked his chin, a knowing smirk forming. "So, my little vacation came with a hidden price tag, didn't it?" Bill offered no denial, only a stern reminder. "Enough talk. Steel yourself. We're pushing a high-speed transit to Iron Lion City by nightfall, which means we ride." At those words, Adrian's confidence faltered. "Oh, about that. I don't actually know how to ride a horse." The legendary commander was struck dumb, momentarily lost for words. Dozens of elite eyes locked onto Adrian in disbelief. "I spent my previous life as a literal sword. How on earth was I supposed to learn equestrian skills? Adrian had no choice but to swallow his pride and endure the grueling pace. The road to Iron Lion City beckoned, and naturally, the journey was seasoned with a few unforeseen complications along the way. By the time they slowed, the prince's face had turned several shades of ghostly pale. Though they missed the half-day estimate, they finally breached the city outskirts after a full day of relentless riding. Standing before the colossal gates, he exhaled a weary breath. So, this is the fabled Iron Lion City? The rhythmic thud of approaching boots echoed in perfect, terrifying unison. The young officer in the lead bowed with flawless military precision. Io of House Walloden greets the first prince. The Iron Lions stand ready to welcome the blood of Leonberg. Their overwhelming intensity sent a sudden chill down his spine. Your hospitality is a bit much, don't you think? Adrian's eyes scanned the surrounding soldiers. The reason for their hostility was glaringly obvious. A wicked spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Perhaps it's time I stir the hornet's nest? From the distance, a familiar figure approached. Awn read his intent instantly, her loyalty unwavering. Your Highness. She dropped to one knee before Adrian to deliver her report. I have counted every passing second just to stand in your Highness's presence once more. The moment she spoke, 10 pairs of murderous eyes burned into him. Well, that was a remarkably fast reaction. Suddenly, a cold shiver raced down Adrian Leonberg's spine. He spun around and collided with Adelia Bayan's piercing gaze. Was that hostility? Perhaps her master's aura was triggering her instincts. He called out softly, Adelia. She snapped back to reality in a heartbeat. Adelia instantly regained her mask of cool, professional detachment. She bowed with quiet elegance. Yes, Your Highness. Adrian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank gods I ingrained that servant nature into her early. To cease the idle chatter, Adrian turned back toward Aaron, assuming full command. Aaron, with me. Adrian's mind was already weaving a web of mischief. We have much to discuss, don't we? It will be far more entertaining if those glowering behind you joined us as well. A month later, Adrian shed his formal coat and marched onto the dusty training grounds, facing down Awn's legion of jealous admirers. He spoke with brutal honesty. I wish to witness the prowess of the Iron Lions. The men claim to be the kingdom's finest. Who among you will show me the true edge of your steel? Every head in the courtyard turned toward a single individual. He followed their collective gaze. Noticing their hesitation, Adrian raised his voice with bold authority. If my title gives you pause, I swear on the name of Leonberg that no soul will be held liable for the outcome of this clash. Well, is there no one? Realizing politeness was getting him nowhere, he turned to biting sarcasm. I didn't realize the famous Iron Lions were such spineless cowards. It seems your strongest title is nothing but a hollow boast. At that, an orange-haired youth stepped forward, his knuckles white against his hilt. I am Dell of House Denon, he declared with burning resolve, though I am unworthy to represent the full might of the Iron Lions, if you permit. I would be honored to cross blades with your Highness. Adrian waved a hand dismissively, a predatory smirk playing on his lips. Permission is unnecessary. I'm the one who issued the challenge. Without another word, Dell lunged. Then please, brace yourself. Adrian's eyes narrowed, becoming sharp as a hawk's. The two blades collided, erupting in a violent surge of azure mana. A single exchange was all it took. Dell spat out a spray of crimson. With one fluid motion, the boy was sent skidding across the dirt, leaving a long trail behind him. Adrian's mana heart roared with life. Dell was down, but the fire had spread. Others were already stepping up. Among the crowd, another challenger emerged. Paolo here. Dell was just a green first year, but I'm a seasoned third year. Before he could even finish his boast, Adrian's palm met his face with a resounding crack. A line of challengers formed, but they were nothing more than warm-ups for the prince. Hallie, apprentice knight, 5th year. Judith, 8th year. The pride of the Iron Lions will never break. The thunderous ring of clashing steel drowned out all other noise in the training grounds. Barely 15 minutes had passed, and the entire Iron Lion squad lay decimated in Adrian's wake. His face was a mask of sheer, unadulterated boredom. Is that all you got? I'm done with the small fry. Bring me the official knights. The rest of you move like you're wading through molasses. Adrian's gaze snapped toward On, singling her out. She marched forward without a second's delay. Command me, Your Highness. He smirked, locking eyes with her. When I depart, you're coming back to the capital with me. On hesitated for a fleeting heartbeat before offering a deep, respectful bow. As Your Highness decrees. Suddenly, a voice dripping with gloom spoke from behind her. Your Highness. Adrian's smirk widened. He had successfully baited his prey. The man stepped out, a challenge in his eyes. I've heard rumors that Your Highness has a taste for gambling. Shall we raise the stakes to make this interesting? If I happen to best Your Highness, before the conditions could leave his lips, Adrian silenced him with a cold rejection. On is a person, not a trophy for your mantelpiece. On's eyes shimmered with sudden emotion. Your Highness. Adrian let his wooden training sword clatter to the dirt and made a lethal counter-proposal. Let's wager something of actual value. Cast, bring me the steel. He gripped the hilt of his masterpiece and declared, if you manage to win, this blade is yours. On was paralyzed by the sheer audacity of his high-stakes gamble. The challenger was equally stunned, his eyes widening at the treasure before him. She lunged forward to intervene. Your Highness, I should be the one to. But he brushed her aside with casual grace. On, your worth outweighs 1,000 of these blades. In his mind, it was a simple truth. The potential of a future swordmaster was a galaxy away from the value of mere forged iron. The knight's eyes blazed with greed as he nodded. An acceptable wager, Your Highness. He unsheathed his weapon and announced his pedigree. Dunham of House Fahrenheit. Official knight of the Iron Lions, currently treading the threshold of the three-chain realm. Adrian gave him a lazy, mocking thumbs up. So what you're saying is, you're still just a two-chain weakling? Dunham turned a violent shade of crimson. Regardless of his rage, Dunham raised his blade with religious fervor. This steel is the 17th masterpiece birthed by the Grand Master of forging himself. Should you win, this relic belongs to the crown. Hearing that familiar title, Adrian let out a dark chuckle. What a delicious coincidence. Adrian drew the sword gifted by the old master in a single, fluid motion. He prepared to drop a crushing truth on the arrogant knight. I also carry a gift from that very same master. He let every word hit with the weight of a hammer. This is his 100th masterpiece. Dunham faltered. Nonsense. There are no records of a 100th blade. Adrian taunted, of course not. It was his magnum opus, completed just days before his end. The knight's irritation reached its boiling point. Enough. Though your highness walks a perverse and misguided path of the sword, I can at least respect the obsessive effort you've bled into it. Adrian suppressed a laugh at the melodramatic drivel. A misguided path, is it? To honor such a bold statement, I'll show you the full extent of my depravity. His mana heart roared to life once more. How utterly insignificant. This throne was never something I intended to claim as my own from the start. The newfound respect radiating toward him, that shone from the eyes of the followers he had personally tempered. It was a singular sensation. As long as my own people acknowledge me, that is more than enough. Adrian's voice dropped to a lethal whisper. Adelia, do not blink. She gasped, startled. Wait, what? A terrifying, alien mana erupted from his frame. Adrian Leon Berg hammered home each word. This is the path that you are destined to travel from this moment forward. Adelia nodded, her spirit caught in his wake. Yes, my lord. In that instant, the spiritual tether between master and servant was forged in fire. Adelia's voice was like tempered steel. I shall not falter, your highness. Meanwhile, in Io's private quarters, the air was thick with the aroma of rising steam. Bill sat across from him, his voice low. How many times have we been summoned to Iron Lion City now? Io crossed his legs, his expression unreadable. This marks our fourth summit. He stroked his chin, lost in the shifting sands of politics. Based on Bill Van Hart's intel, the fourth prince had no stomach for the crown. While the first prince was rotating under house arrest, the third and fifth had been busy making their rounds. Even the second prince had recently made an appearance to test the waters. Io set his porcelain cup down with a sharp clack. Regardless of his stained reputation, the first prince remains the undisputed legitimate heir to this kingdom. He leveled a finger directly at Bill's chest. And for allowing the situation to decay this far, you carry a staggering burden of guilt. If you, the commander of the Third Legion, had shown even a shred of support, the first prince wouldn't be this broken and isolated. Bill bowed his head under the blistering truth. Then why the sudden change? Why play the guardian now? Bill didn't dodge the blow. You're right. I did turn my back on my own kin. I saw a man who wasn't just a failure as a ruler, but a blooming tyrant. That was the nephew I knew. I remember scolding him while he was intoxicated on toxic herbs, only for him to spit back, "Have you finally lost your mind, uncle?" His face darkened, flushed with the embers of old, festering anger. Driven by a soul festering with spite, he actually lunged at his own uncle with a bared blade. To Bill at that moment, only one scathing thought remained. What an utterly pathetic, useless bastard. When I retreated to the north in bitter disappointment, my nephew sent me a gift of poison wine and had the audacity to include a letter praising my service. Bill's knuckles turned white as he gripped that bottle of lethal treachery. Without a shred of hesitation, he resolved to swallow it whole. Since I can use my mana to incinerate such amateur toxins, wherever he managed to find them, I'll burn away the final embers of my family affection along with it. Yet, that degenerate I thought was beyond redemption has fundamentally transformed. He now endures hellish training cycles, evolving into a monster of strength by the day. Snapping back to the present, Io stared at him with wide, incredulous eyes. Didn't you say it yourself? That the first prince must never, under any circumstances, sit upon the throne? Bill saw his own smirk reflected in his tea. The boy standing before us today is a stranger to the coward he once was. With that realization, he decided to swallow his pride for the first time. Grant him a chance. Let him at least stand at the same starting line as his brothers. Going a step further, the legendary Bill even lowered his head in a deep bow to Io. I'm begging you. I've lived nearly 70 years and never witnessed such a humbling sight. This is beyond my comprehension. I can't tell if it's you or the first prince who has been replaced by a ghost. Please, raise your head. A man known as the Silver Lion shouldn't. Before he could finish, a soldier burst into the room, frantic. Lord Walloden. The two veterans scowled, caught off guard. The first prince is. Upon hearing the urgent report, Io and Bill sprinted toward the training grounds. Don't lose your head. Dunham knows how to pull his punches. He won't let things go too far. As they ran, Io continued to reassure Bill. Even in a live-steel match, a knight of his caliber won't beat a member of the royal bloodline into a coma. Bill stopped him with a voice like grinding stone. The one you should be praying for right now isn't the prince. It's your own knight. Io scoffed in disbelief. You've truly gone senile. Your face is pale, and now you're spouting absolute nonsense. Before the words could leave his mouth, a familiar, battered figure was catapulted through the air, crashing at their very feet. Io's jaw dropped as he recognized the heap of armor. Dunham. By now, the training grounds were erupting in a chaotic, uncontrollable fever. Even Dunham was decimated. His Highness is invincible. Io stood frozen in a trance for what felt like an eternity. What? What madness is this? Bill felt a surge of grim pride. I warned you, didn't I? Adrian wiped a smear of drying crimson from his lip, looking every bit the victor. In Bill's eyes, Adrian had transcended his old self. He is no longer the victim here. Adrian roared with a predatory fire. Next. My uncle always preached that a true knight's journey only begins once they reach Two Chain. That was why Adrian threw every ounce of his soul into the clash against Dunham. In the searing heat of that combat, Adrian Leon Berg felt the truth of those words in his marrow. The rumors weren't exaggerated. The power gap was a literal chasm. He realized his current battle melody was hitting its limit, but he couldn't just unleash the song of world-ending destruction on a mere night without vaporizing him. In that instant, the system flared to life. Trait, Ultra Concentration has been ignited. Adrian's mana heart-hammered against his ribs like a war drum. As he mapped out every phantom step, the world around him dissolved into a vacuum of silence. He moved with a fluid lethality, as if his body were no longer bound by gravity or flesh. Adrian's eyes ignited with a cold, sapphire flame. There it is. That sensation. It was a perfect resonance. The exact moment Dunham's blade lunged was replayed in his mind. Their steel met in a violent explosion of sparks. The outcome was absolute. Dunham was sent spiraling into a bloody heap, catapulted several meters away. Adrian was drained, but a sense of profound satisfaction burned brighter than his fatigue. As another challenger collapsed, Adrian's voice thundered across the field once more. Next, he continued to land crushing, surgical strikes with terrifying precision, wielding a razor-sharp swordsmanship and a chillingly confident smirk. Adrian didn't hesitate to systematically dismantle his opponents in mere seconds. Even as the sun dipped, his stamina seemed to defy the very laws of nature. If anything, Adrian was using the slaughter to further sharpen the edge of his own skills. One by one, the elite knights fell like wheat before a scythe. Adrian didn't spare a single soul, challenging the entire line without exception. The more blood he drew, the more his fighting spirit reached a fever pitch. Hot sweat soaked into the trampled grass. By the time the shadows of evening stretched across the land, Adrian had single-handedly neutralized the entire lion squad. He gasped for air, his lungs burning with the effort of the slaughter. Suddenly, the soldiers erupted in a thunderous roar. Peterson is down. That's His Highness's 5th straight victory, enduring 1,000 savage waves through 100 skirmishes. I shall remain unyielding, even against a tide more monstrous than this. The system pulsed with a new confirmation. A new melody has been woven into the battle song. He finally stood tall, gripping the hilt of his blade with renewed vigor. System upgrade initiated. The battle song has ascended to the extraordinary rank. The melody evolves to match its new prestige. Battle song has been transcended into the dueling song. His mana heart finally ceased its frantic pulsing. It's done. It has succeeded. Adrian was a husk of himself, so drained he could scarcely keep his feet. As his leaden body began to tilt toward the earth, a steady hand caught him. "Steady there, my lord." A soldier grinned as he sat down beside the exhausted prince. "We wish to offer our most profound respect for your highness's absolute victory." Then, a unified chant shook the grounds. Honor to the first prince's steel. Honor to his indomitable spirit. We salute your triumph. This bizarrely warm reception caught Adrian completely off guard. What is this? Just moments ago, they looked ready to flame me alive. Bill stepped forward, a knowing look in his eyes. They're simple creatures at heart, Ian. Sharp steel and a decisive victory. Nothing ignites their blood quite like that. Judging by your face, you expected to harvest only their resentment. Bill walked toward him, his gaze radiant with pride. A valiant defeat is worth 10 hollow victories. When two warriors give their souls to the fight, does the final tally even matter? The soldiers grew bashful under the praise, though Dunham wore his regret like a heavy shroud. A red-haired youth chuckled. Easy for you to say. He's the one who has to surrender his prized blade to His Highness. Jeers and laughter followed. Good riddance. He was far too obsessed with that steel anyway. Adrian looked down at his trembling hands and laughed softly. I feared that everything I once was had been purged and discarded along with my old mana heart. But it seems at least one fragment of the past remains untarnished. The feeling he thought had withered away could now be savored once more. The nobility of a fair fight and the reverence for the strong. The true, undying heart of a knight. With the cultural exchange concluded, it was time for Adrian to gather his things and return to the viper's nest of the palace. Yet for the first time, a trace of reluctance lingered in his movements. Until we meet again. Io placed a hand over his heart and offered a deep, formal bow. I shall pray for your continued glory until that day. Adrian replied with royal poise. May the winds be at your back, Count. 3 seconds after turning away, Adrian Leonberg paused, a final thought striking him. Oh, one more thing, Count Walloden. Keep the details of my stay here under absolute lock and key. Io tilted his head in bewilderment. Surely it would serve your highness better if your prowess were made public? Adrian rubbed his chin, a predatory, mischievous glint dancing in his eyes. He thought of his beloved brother waiting back at the capital. There's someone at home I'd very much like to surprise. After leaving the Walloden borders, the procession found a clearing to break their journey. We pitch camp here for the night. Cast approached Adrian with a salute. I'll scout the perimeter and secure the shadows. He nodded in quiet approval. Proceed. Owen remained like a statue behind him, her eyes locked onto Adrian with unnerving intensity. He glanced back at her, feeling a prickle of awkwardness. Owen will find her place soon enough. Adrian Leonberg let out a long, weary yawn and ducked into the sanctuary of his tent. Sleep is the only thing I crave now. To his shock, Adelia was already inside, waiting in the shadows. Your Highness, welcome back. He stared at her, momentarily speechless. I recruited an S-rank martial prodigy, a literal genius of the sword, yet she's still performing the menial tasks of a common maid. Adelia, oblivious to his inner turmoil, looked up with concern. Your Highness, have I done something to displease you? Adrian collapsed lazily onto his bedroll. Never mind. You're dismissed. She bowed helplessly. As you wish, Your Highness. Once Adelia Bayan had vanished into the night. He stared at the tent's ceiling, his mind racing through the day's events. The Iron Lions. They weren't what I expected. When I peer through the power of judgment, most modern knights lack any swordsmanship talent exceeding the B rank of my era. These are men who, even with a lifetime of blood and sweat, should never have tasted the power of a mid-level swordmaster. They are ordinary men who, in the past, would have faded into the background of history. And yet, here they are, grasping the realm of a master in their prime years. The ceiling for a superhuman has plummeted, but the floor for the common man has been raised significantly. Connecting the threads, Adrian sat bolt upright as the epiphany struck. It's the mana chains. My uncle is a titan who could have challenged the transcendent realm of my time. That's why I was so disgusted when he discarded that potential. But this era offers no ladder to climb beyond the rank of extraordinary. In the end, I am a relic struggling against the current of time. I have to admit it. I simply do not understand this world. He whispered the vow to the empty air. Fine. I'll start from zero. I'll learn this era from the ground up. Suddenly, a voice chimed in from the entrance. Now that's a spirit I can get behind. Bill clapped his massive hands together. Ignoring Adrian's startled expression, Bill pressed on. It's not too late for you, Ian. With this drive, you can finally achieve your dreams. Adrian blinked blankly. My dreams? Bill swept past the confusion, getting straight to the point. You've won the souls of the Iron Lions. No other prince could have commanded their loyalty so naturally. Belvin. Bill gazed at him with eyes so radiant they seemed to be shimmering through a divine filter. A truly wise resolution, Adrian. Naturally, Adrian was completely in the dark. What is wrong with this old fossil? He was utterly baffled by Bill's sudden poetic fervor. Uncle, have you finally lost your marbles? Bill gripped his hand firmly. Have you already forgotten the stakes of our wager? Adrian mentally scanned through their recent bets. If you mean the challenge to crush the other 3 princes, that's still in play. Bill cut him off instantly. No, our bet was for you to best a 2-chain knight. Adrian paused, pointing a thumb at his own chest. Then I suppose the victory is mine. Bill took a heavy step toward him, his presence looming. I intend to honor my word to the letter. Adrian still hadn't fully processed the gravity of the commander's words. To his shock, Bill struck his chest with a resonant thud. I, Bill Van Hart, Count of the Realm and Commander of the 3rd Legion, hereby formally pledge my sword and support to the first Prince of Leonberg, Adrian Leonberg. Adrian cursed under his breath. What is he spewing? Official support? Give me a break. The sheer weight of the political catastrophe finally dawned on him. Don't tell me. Bill Van Hart gave him a solid, beaming thumbs up, looking like a literal personification of sunrise. Just leave it to me. Adrian's inner voice was a frantic scream. When did I ever say I wanted to sit on that cursed throne? From that moment on, his uncle's declaration detonated like a magical warhead. The castle corridors were abuzz with the shockwave. Salutations, Your Highness. Our sincerest felicitations. This is a glorious day for the future of the kingdom. Even the seasoned knights couldn't stop whispering. The royal palace and the newly stationed battalions were caught in a whirlwind of frantic energy. A tidal wave of servants and handmaidens dispatched from the inner sanctum swarmed every hallway. And suddenly, I found myself standing at the eye of this chaotic political hurricane. Adrian gestured wildly out the window in a fit of rage. This is a circus. Evict them all and send them back this instant. Cast attempted to de-escalate the prince's explosive temper. Even if you command it, they won't budge. Adrian Leonberg fumed, his voice trembling with irritation. Then at the very least, banish them from my sight. This madness is going to be the death of me. Just as he reached his limit. A month later, the windows were finally thrown open to a peaceful morning. Adrian's ears were finally granted a reprieve. Finally, some God-bless silence. Just as he began to savor the tranquility, his door was kicked off its hinges without a shred of mercy. Dear brother, are you hiding in there? Gazing at the intruder, Adrian asked with bone-deep weariness, Why are you haunting my quarters at this ungodly hour? It was the 3rd prince, Julian Leonberg. Quite the performance, brother, clandestinely mastering the blade under Count Van Hart, and then unveiling such grand ambitions. Adrian ignored the jab. Mastering what from whom? Julian was already bristling, and the playing dumb routine only fueled his fire. I was actually planning to go easy on you. But how could you betray me like this? I was going to let you lose with some dignity. Adrian leaned his chin on his palm, eyeing him like a petulant child. Wow, I'm so touched, I might actually burst into tears. Julian's face twisted into a scowl as he leveled a finger at him. Brother, you've made a fatal blunder. I'll make you pay a steep price for this deception. This brat than that old man. I've told him 1,000 times I have zero interest in that chair. I need to find the snake who orchestrated this. The snake was standing right there. Adrian spoke with blunt clarity. Uncle, I'll play along with your little game for a while. But listen well, back off when the time is right. Because I truly couldn't care less about the throne. He ground his teeth in pure frustration. Why did you ignite this fuse without even consulting me? Bill let out a knowing, cryptic smirk. Are you concerned for the safety of House Van Hart? Van Hart is the iron shield that holds back the nightmares of the northern mountains. He continued his heavy-handed reassurance. As long as the crown and the aristocracy remember the biting cold of winter, no harm will befall my house. Adrian was visibly irritated, but let out a sigh. If you say so, fine. Bill's next words made his heart skip a beat. It's inevitable, Adrian. It was always going to happen. Are you truly blind to the fate of a firstborn who fails to claim a crown? Your circumstances won't change just because you keep running from your shadow. If you need time to swallow the bitter pill of reality, I'll give you all the time in the world. However, mark my words, the divine right of the firstborn only vanishes once you are in the grave. Adrian continued to grumble to himself long after Bill had vanished. I already told him, he can give me a century, and I still won't change my mind. The only thing I'm hunting for is the power that once touched the transcendent realm. There is no world where I'd trade that for something as mundane as a title. I was certain of that, until the night the grand banquet was held at the royal hall. A booming herald's voice echoed through the vaulted chamber. the true bloodline of the Leonberg kingdom, the first son of the royal house. As he stepped into the light, the roar intensified. The first prince, His Highness Adrian Leonberg, is entering the hall. A sea of eyes, many as sharp and cold as daggers, locked onto him. Intermingled with the predatory stares were the proud, watchful gazes of Bill and Taylor. And yet, the mantra of "I'm not doing this" echoed in his head, right up until the festivities commenced. Adrian began his slow, measured descent down the grand staircase. His features were cast in the solemn, untouchable dignity of a true sovereign. The vultures in the room immediately began to drown him in oily flattery. Breathtaking, his aura is the spitting image of his majesty in his golden years. Inwardly, Adrian was disgusted. All this theatrics just because I shed a little weight? Are these really the noble pillars of our kingdom? What a pathetic joke. Because every single face in the crowd masked the same treacherous rot, the heart of a serpent. Adrian stood as an unyielding pillar of frost, refusing to budge an inch. He felt the suffocating malice radiating from those who thrived on plunder and treading upon the weak. He hadn't expected the nobility to be quite this saturated with filth. Scanning the room, his eyes searched for a single soul worth his notice. He brushed past the vultures, whispering in awe of how the disgraceful prince had suddenly become so formidable. Adrian marched straight toward Taylor, offering a rare, genuine greeting. "Taylor, you're falling behind. You should have been the first to welcome me." Taylor bowed warmly. "Your Highness, forgive me. I simply wish to thank you for the honor of this invitation." Adrian studied him, noting he may lack raw genius, but his spirit remains untainted by the swamp. "Yes, he will suffice. He shall be the first vessel for the seeds of revolution I intend to sow." The air was suddenly sliced by a knight's thunderous command. "Silence. Bow before the representative of His Imperial Majesty, sovereign of the Bourgogne Empire. Witness the arrival of the Marquis of Montpellier, the Empire's chosen voice. Ambassador Julien de Bourgogne-Montpellier is entering the hall." Adrian's blood turned to ice the moment that name echoed. What? An ambassador from the Bourgogne Empire. Here, in the heart of our palace? Julien de Bourgogne-Montpellier. With a predatory smirk playing on his lips, the man glided toward Adrian. "It has been far too long, Prince." Adrian's pupils dilated in a surge of pure, visceral shock. A deluge of past life memories crashed over him. Bourgogne, the eternal nemesis he and his brothers in arms had bled against 4 centuries ago. To carry the very name that left this land scarred and weeping. How dare this dog stand before me? Suddenly, a clumsy noble tripped, sending a glass of dark wine arching through the air. The liquid splashed across Adrian's chest, drenching his royal attire. The noble scrambled to offer a panicked apology. "Your Highness, forgive my clumsiness. I was so eager to pay my respects that I lost my footing. I beg your mercy, Your Highness." Adrian glared at the old man with eyes that could have pierced armor. Yet, his true focus remained locked on Julien. The entire ballroom plummeted into a suffocating, deathly silence. Adrian turned to depart, his voice low and dangerous. "I must change." The noble bowed until his head nearly touched the floor. "My aging bones betrayed me. I have committed a grievous offense." Cast appeared instantly with a silk towel. "Your Highness, allow me to attend to you." Adrian spared one final glance at the man who had ruined his coat. "Who is he?" Cast followed his gaze and whispered, "That is Marquis Billefay, sire." Adrian wiped the stains away as he strode off, a dark smirk tugging at his lips. "Billefay, is it? Perhaps the rot hasn't reached every corner yet. Thanks to his clumsiness, my head has finally cooled." The shadows of night claimed the palace with unusual haste. He sat draped in the heavy silence of his darkened chambers. The door creaked open, admitting the one man he could trust, Bill. "I heard there was a confrontation at the banquet." Worry was etched deep into the veteran's weathered features. Bill stepped into the dim light, his voice grave. "Marquis Billefay, claimed you looked ready to trigger a bloodbath in the middle of the hall. Looking at you now, it seems he wasn't exaggerating. Bill pulled up a chair beside the prince. "What is your endgame, Adrian?" Only then did the prince speak. "I haven't lost my mind, uncle. I just can't stomach this reality. The vile Borgonia line flaunts their arrogance in our very capital, while our own nobles grovel before them with a devotion they deny their own king. The air is too thick with tension to be called peace, and this bond is too parasitic to be called an alliance." He looked up, his expression strained by fury. How did this kingdom fall into such a pathetic state of ruin? The question plunged Bill into a somber reflection. It is a tale as old as time, really. In the ages past, our kingdom was an iron wall that repelled every imperial onslaught. Legendary knights rose like titans to drive the empire back. But as generations passed, the empire's shadow grew, and the chasm between our strengths became an abyss. Faced with a superpower that could blot out the sun, the kingdom finally had no choice but to bend the knee. Hearing this, Adrian's eyes lit with a sudden, haunting realization. "Don't tell me. Is it because we lost it?" Bill nodded slowly. "Precisely. Despite our size, this nation once possessed a secret that allowed us to defy empires. From our founding, we forged a lineage of peerless achievements. Ordinary men becoming extraordinary, weaving threads into heroic sagas, epic legends, and the lost heights of battle myths." Adrian stared at the flickering blue mana in his palm, his thoughts grim. "And now, we have let every single one of those legacies slip through our fingers." After a heavy silence, Adrian looked his uncle in the eye. "Uncle, my path has changed." Bill blinked, confused by the shift in the prince's aura. "Change how?" Adrian placed a hand over his heart, his voice absolute. "This throne, I've decided to take it." Bill couldn't mask the sheer, paralyzing shock on his face. But Adrian's mind was already 10 steps ahead. "I may live to regret this burden, but it is a debt I must pay to this land. Time remains a relentless tide, flowing even as I drown in these thoughts. Half of this nation was forged by my own hands, after all. The banquet day, too." Adrian, draped in regal new attire, cut a path through the corridor with a predatory stride. The herald's voice boomed with majestic authority. "His Highness, First Prince Adrian Leonberg, Lord Bill Van Hart, Count of the Northern Banner, enters." Adrian's features were a mask of permafrost as he breached the threshold. Today, the atmosphere had shifted. Not a single soul dared to accost him with idle chatter or forced introductions. Adrian surveyed the bowing crowd and sneered inwardly. Their etiquette is a shambles. They show more reverence to foreign curs than their own blood. His composure remained absolute, not a single muscle twitching in his face. Yet, the ghosts of the past began to stir. Once, when my comrade stood before the masses, none believed he would ever wear the crown. He was nothing but a peasant from a forgotten hamlet. Even among the exiled and the broken, he was viewed as the furthest thing from nobility. His gait was measured, heavy with the weight of absolute conviction. His legend was forged from that very first stride. Despite the odds, that youth marched forward to claim his destiny before the world. Adrian bridged the chasm between eras, precisely as I am doing, right here, right now. Cerulean mana began to vortex around him as his voice resonated through the hall. "O you who possess eyes, yet remain willfully blind." That raw energy surged outward, saturating every corner of the opulent room. A thrill of battle lust spiked within Adrian as he faced the huddled flock. "I stand unyielding, chanting the battle myth of the sovereign. Current vessel insufficient for the full scale of the battle myth. Critical verses omitted. Channeling a single stanza of the battle myth, a mere quarter of its true potency." As the crushing weight of the power strained his physical form, Adrian gritted his teeth. Compared to the Dragon's Requiem, this is child's play. This myth is but heroic grade, not yet divine. His eyes ignited with a sudden, piercing light. And yet, no anthem is more perfectly suited for this theater of fools than this. A silhouette manifested, cutting through the trembling crowd. Every noble in attendance was frozen in a state of paralyzed disbelief. The melody crystallized, weaving itself into a shimmering suit of ethereal armor tailored for Adrian alone. This display shall suffice. You may all lift your heads. Before the echoes died down, a presence from the shadows spiked his instincts. Adrian spun around, his pulse quickening. This aura, a mysterious elf spoke, her voice like silk and steel. How fascinating. I thought the world had long since buried that battle myth. Adrian's soul recoiled in silent horror. No, she isn't just an elf. That woman is. Why is that lunatic woman haunting this place? The god's most exquisite masterpiece. A race portrayed as benevolent pacifists who wouldn't harm a flea. The immortal wardens of the great woods, living for millennia. That is the fairy tale humans tell themselves. But the truth is they are apex predators who wear beauty as a lure to annihilate their prey. The high elves are born as living legends, walking catastrophes far more lethal than any human warrior. Moreover, the woman before him was no mere high elf. A creature of 1,000 years. An elf elder. The magic duelist who waltzed through oceans of blood. Sigrun. A veteran of the Mad Dragon's fall 400 years ago. And more importantly, the memory flashed. Sigrun asking with a twisted grin, when your master falls, why not join me? I promise you won't have a dull moment for the rest of eternity. She had caressed Rohin's true form. The blade, purring. What does it matter if you're a sword? That's exactly why I hunger for you. The psychopath who tormented me beyond endurance. The sheer recollection sent a shiver of dread down Adrian's spine. Has she seen through me? I recited the sovereign's myth, a song she knows by heart. Sigrun drifted closer, her gaze searching. How we crossed paths in another life. Adrian shook his head with frantic speed. She narrowed her eyes, murmuring, odd. Your presence is hauntingly familiar. He forced a calm tone, approaching her. This is my first time laying eyes upon one of the fair folk. The surrounding nobles huddled closer, whispering, is it truly her? She tapped her chin, her expression a mask of contemplative grace. Then she spoke with a chill that turned Adrian's blood to ice. Liar. He cursed internally. Sigrun was a monster 400 years ago. I can't even fathom the heights she's reached now. Sigrun began to dissect him aloud. Human reactions to an elf typically diverge into two paths. The mindless masses are instantly enslaved by our beauty. But those of true power become instinctively, lethally wary. She extended a slender finger, inches from Adrian's chest. However, from my perspective, she leaned in, her breath cold against his ear. Your Highness hasn't climbed nearly high enough to justify that fear. Adrian brushed her hand aside, retorting, perhaps my standards for beauty simply don't align with the common rabble. For a fraction of a second, Sigrun's eyes flashed with a dangerous, dark glint. She pulled her hood low, turning to vanish into the throng. An intriguing encounter, however brief. Only once she was gone did Adrian allow his lungs to function again. I've survived the first storm. High-pitched chatter erupted as a group of noble women flocked toward him. So remarkably young. And this girl, she's so petrified she won't even dare to meet my gaze. The next candidate was summoned forward. Is she here to challenge me or wed me? A mere child trailed behind her. I told them already, she's far too young for this farce. The lineup was a mosaic of disdain, filled with women wearing expressions of total, icy disinterest. Even the queen looked so utterly drained she could barely maintain her royal posture. Adrian, standing at her flank, felt the same exhaustion. She turned to lecture him. This is the selection for your princess consort. Do not expect them to be like the commoners you frequent. A future queen must be virtuous, brilliant, resilient, and backed by a formidable house. Suddenly, a herald's cry shattered the air. Your Majesty, the elven delegation demands an audience. The queen gave a tired nod. Let them enter. The figure who emerged from the shadows was none other than the lethal Sigrun. She offered a bow of practiced grace. Sigrun of the Mistletoe clan offers her respects to the radiant queen Margarita. The queen masked her surprise with a diplomatic smile. It has been an age since the fair folk graced our halls. To what do we owe this unexpected visit? Sigrun bypassed the pleasantries, cutting straight to the bone. It appears your majesty is hunting for a suitable match for the prince. Is that not so? The queen saw no point in playing games. You have perceived the situation perfectly. At those words, Sigrun dropped a bombshell. I'm a high elf, by the standards of your mortal realm. That I possess a pedigree that outshines your most ancient noble houses. Adrian, standing paralyzed, could only let out a hollow, strained laugh. Wait, what is this lunatic implying? Sigrun maintained a mask of pure innocence. And as it happens, our ages are quite compatible. Adrian alone knew the depth of her deception. You absolute fraud. There's a millennium between us, and you're claiming we're peers? How can she spin such a blatant, shameless web of lies without a hint of a blush? Sigrun added, I've heard that elves, with our eternal youth, are the ultimate prizes for human lords. We even come with our own elite attendants, or a knight order, in your tongue. In truth, from a fleeting moment I first glimpsed his highness, that I felt the unmistakable pull of intertwined destinies. That single line sent Adrian's mind into a spiral. Elves never jest about the threads of fate. Is it possible she's actually telling the truth? The queen sat stunned, her composure momentarily fractured. That is an exceptionally bold claim. The declaration ignited a wildfire of gossip among the nobles. Think of it, an elven marriage alliance? We'd be unstoppable. Could it actually be happening? Adrian reached his breaking point and moved with decisive speed. He lunged forward, snatching Sigrun by the wrist. Without a word of explanation, he dragged her from the hall. We need to have a private word. Now, the nobles watched the scandalous exit, muttering bitterly, how utterly insolent of the prince. The heavy oak doors slammed shut, sealing them in silence. Adrian whirled around to face the immortal predator. Sigrun, he abandoned all pretense, demanding, what is your true objective? Sigrun smirked, her eyes dancing with mischief. I am merely a herald of friendship between my clan and your throne. Adrian laid his cards on the table with lethal intent. I will not ask again, Elder High Elf Sigrun, the executioner who has bathed in the bloodlust of her kin for centuries, the living blade of the Mistletoe clan. He raised his voice to a command. Are you here to weave a web of espionage, or are you here to carry out a death sentence? Sigrun's smile widened into something truly terrifying. Fascinating. How could a human whelp like you know so much about my past? Adrian's face hardened into a mask of pure tension. He felt the suffocating, killing intent radiating from her, evaluating her in silence. Right now, she is a monster beyond any human measurement. If she sensed fate within me, it means her power is vast enough to glimpse the echoes of the past etched into my very soul. Sigrun interrogated him with a low, threatening purr. You know, I am an executioner, yet you think silence will protect you from my blade? Adrian met her gaze with a mocking, fearless smirk. I am well aware of the risks, but babbling in front of an executioner is just as fatal as staying silent. Adrian shifted his stance, cutting through the tension. The game's in here, Sigrun. Do not meddle with my destiny. He was playing a dangerous game of mental chess. Right now, she was only piqued by curiosity. At this rate, the life of a puny human will be shredded by this lunatic. Better to ignite a deeper obsession, to become not just a snack she can discard, but a rare vintage that she must wait to savor. Sigrun drifted closer, her face flushed with a dark, predatory excitement. Who exactly are you, little prince? He maintained a chillingly calm demeanor. To the world, I am merely a pathetic prince discarded by his own sire. Sigrun pressed, and to yourself? He left the answer hanging in the air with a cryptic smile. If you truly wish to find out, you'll have to watch and wait. The sheer dominance of his tone momentarily stunned the ancient elf into silence. She finally broke the quiet with a sharp laugh. No wonder I found this mission so baffling. I wondered why they sent a legend like me on such a trivial errand. But I see it now. The errand was only a mask to bring me to you. Adrian's blood ran cold. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. Truly, a woman who excels at making my skin crawl. They re-entered the hall where the queen and the nobility sat in hushed anticipation. The sight of the prince and the high elf returning hand in hand sent a shockwave through the room that left every witness speechless. Adrian came to a halt before the queen's throne. His voice dropped into a tone of grave solemnity. I have a formal declaration to make. I am entering into an official engagement with Sigron. Even as the words left his lips, Adrian felt a surge of disbelief that he'd actually said them. He never imagined the day he'd utter that name with such feigned affection. I can't afford to trigger her lethal curiosity right now. The queen gasped, engaged. To an elf? Adrian mentally checked his board. This should buy me the time I need. However, a union of this magnitude cannot be rushed. I require an interval to properly court her and understand her nature. The queen tilted her head, her mind already spinning with political permutations. Very well. Your request is granted. Adrian smirked inwardly. To the queen, this is time to weigh the power shift. To Sigron, but it's the time she'll wait for the delicacy known as me to reach perfection. And for me, it's the precious window I need to rebuild my fractured strength, so I can finally find a way to escape this predatory elf woman. A heavy fist slammed onto the table, sending a teacup shattering to the floor. Damn it. A string of curses tore through the room. That worthless bastard. He has nothing but a birthright, yet he dares to look down on me. Julian's face was distorted with a murderous flush. The memory of Adrian's recent arrogance made his blood boil. Lately, everything is going his way. First, Uncle pledges his legion. Then he seduces the Iron Lions. And now he even dares to claim an elf for himself. I thought women were just decorative playthings, but the sheer presence of an elf is beyond anything I could have imagined. Julian's lips curled into a sadistic sneer. Fine. Our sparring match is coming up. Killing him would be too messy, but I'll carve him up enough to ensure he never calls himself a man again. I'm going to grind you into the dirt, you arrogant failure. A knight stood at the center of the arena, his armor gleaming. His voice thundered across the grounds. This duel is officially witnessed by me, Stewart, commander of the Royal Knights and bearer of the Silver Lion title. I decree the results final and incontestable. Your Highnesses, draw your steel. On the side of the ring, Adrian let out a massive, bored yawn. It's just a spar. Must we endure such a long-winded prologue? Julian unsheathed his blade with theatrical arrogance. I've gone to great lengths for you, brother. I've gathered quite the crowd. Do you enjoy the spectacle? Every word was a jagged needle of provocation. I'd hate for you to disappoint the audience that came to watch your downfall. Adrian countered flatly. I've seen more than enough. You talk too much, Julian. Close your mouth and fight. Julian's rage erupted in a feral roar. I'll see if you're still talking trash once I've pinned you to the dirt. As Julian lunged with reckless abandon, Adrian's eyes turned cold as the abyss. I was actually planning to entertain you for a few rounds. He moved with the speed of a lightning strike, delivering a single, devastating blow to conclude the farce. But I have much more important things to tend to. Julian crumpled to the ground, his body hitting the dirt before he could even register the strike. A suffocating silence gripped every spectator in the arena. Even the veteran supervisor's eyes bulged in shock. Is that truly the same pathetic prince I once knew? From the opening bell to the final impact, Adrian's expression hadn't shifted by a single degree. He slid his sword back into its sheath with a crisp metallic click. Stewart finally broke the silence, his voice shaking slightly. As the official witness, I judged the third prince incapacitated and unable to continue. The victor is the first prince, Adrian Leonberg. Adrian cast a sharp, freezing glance over his shoulder at the gallery. His face was tight with disdain as he muttered, a swarm of so-called nobles flocking to watch a children squabble. How utterly pathetic. A wave of frantic whispering broke out. Did Julian actually lose? He's a peak 2 chain and our greatest genius. How could he fall to a brother who just picked up a sword a few months ago? Julian eventually regained consciousness, his head swathed in thick bandages. He bolted upright, a guttural curse tearing from his throat. That piece of filth, that absolute bastard. He threw the covers aside to kick the door open. Mobilize the guards. I'm going to tear him apart and settle the score. A voice from the shadows halted him. Your Highness, the knight explained with a grimace. The first prince departed the capital with Count Van Hart the moment the match was over. Julian seethed. Departed? To where? The knight replied hesitantly. Well, word is he's riding north, straight into the heart of the Van Hart territory. Bill, galloping alongside Adrian, noted, your horsemanship has become quite formidable in such a short time. Adrian smirked back. Once you master the fundamentals, everything else falls into place, doesn't it? Bill scowled at his nephew's lack of modesty. I take it back. You need a harsh lesson in humility. But why the frantic pace? The festivities are over. Why not linger for a few days of rest? Adrian didn't hesitate with his answer. Because there is no room for me in a city built on lies. I refuse to beg for the loyalty of men who don't recognize their own sovereign and only know how to grovel before the empire's puppets. Compared to those treacherous nobles, the company of soldiers and knights is far more refreshing. Wouldn't you agree? Bill grunted. They aren't as slick as nobles, but they're more stubborn than you think. Winning their hearts won't be a walk in the park. A sharp, knowing smile played on Adrian's lips. When we bleed in the same trenches, the bonds forge themselves. What is there to fear? Bill couldn't help but wonder to himself. I can't shake the feeling you're running towards something or away from it. Adrian thought, exactly. If I stay a second longer, I'll be shackled to that elven lunatic. In the past, every soul she took an interest in ended up in a shallow grave. I need to ascend to a new level of power before it's too late. That kind of evolution is impossible in the stagnant peace of the capital. The forge to temper my growth, that and the whetstone to sharpen my soul lies elsewhere entirely. A realm where a man's character is stripped bare and tested to its limits. The very crucible where the most legendary battle myths are forged in blood. The only place I belong now is the battlefield. As they reached the horizon, Bill declared, that peak over there is the Blade Mountain Range. The iron border my lineage has defended for generations. Adrian shuddered as a frigid gust sliced through him. It's bloody freezing. Seeing him tremble, Bill offered, if you can't stomach the chill, retreat to the carriage. Adrian shook his head defiantly. No, I must acclimate to this frost sooner or later if I'm to survive. A voice drifted lazily from the coach. It seems I've become quite the burden. The old scholar had monopolized an entire carriage. Adrian eyed him with suspicion. Why did you insist on following us? There's nothing for you to see here. Nicolo chirped excitedly. When else will I witness the treacherous majesty of the North? Besides, the chronicles I'm penning will prove invaluable to your Highness. Adrian sighed, irritated. What a tiresome old man. He turned his gaze away. His eyes settled on On, who was enduring the elements. Adrian moved closer, asking with genuine concern, On, are you holding up? It must be agonizingly cold out here in the wind. She snapped to attention, masking her discomfort. I am perfectly fine, Your Highness. Adrian noted her shivering form. If fatigue sets in, we can swap positions. On refused flatly. A knight does not trade duty for comfort. He smirked, satisfied by her resolve. That fire in her spirit is exactly what I need. On's face flushed crimson as she resumed her post in stoic silence. Adrian glanced back at the rest of the retinue. In stark contrast, the group conscripted into this journey, that by the king's decree looked utterly miserable. If Cass were here, he'd have whipped these slackers into shape by now. This predicament was born from the king's cold reminder. They are royal knights, not your personal playthings. You have plenty of men under your command, though I doubt you view them as true knights. Adrian seethed at the memory. That petty, spiteful old man. That was the sole reason caste remained behind. No matter the prince's past transgressions, he was still the king's own blood. The king's hostility felt unervingly personal. There's a hidden history here, a secret buried in the lineage I've yet to uncover. As the snow thickened into a white veil, Bill shouted, "Double the pace. We move now. If we don't clear this pass, the blizzard will bury us alive where we stand." The light flurries exploded into a homicidal gale. The march turned so brutal that the world vanished in a roar of white noise. Bill looked back, his face etched with grim concern. He bellowed an order: abandon the carriages, save the horses, and move on foot. Adrian squinted through the storm. Was that command bolstered by mana? His voice cut right through the wind. He reached for the carriage door. "Adelia, out now." Adelia grasped his hand desperately. "Your Highness, thank you." Adrian grunted, "Save your breath. Just move." Owen rushed to his side, frantic. "Your Highness, are you harmed?" Adrian replied with chilling calm, "I'm fine." The others are losing their minds in the chaos. "Watch your footing, or wait, the wind is picking up." Adrian reacted instantly, shouting to Owen, "Protect Adelia at all costs." Owen saluted through the snow. "Understood, Your Highness." He waded into the panicked knights. "You absolute morons, stow those shields. Those slabs of iron are just sails for the wind to blow you off the cliff. Ditch the bulk, keep your blades. We'll reclaim the gear when we're not dying. You, the Titan in the lead, forge the path in a single file." The knights stared at Adrian in stunned silence. "It seems he doesn't need our help. We expected him to crawl, but does the prince have the soul of a veteran?" Every step felt like wading through wet cement. The men pushed forward, their breath hitching in the sub-zero air. Suddenly, a body hit the snow. A desperate cry reached Adrian. "Your Highness, we've lost a man to the cold." He moved like a blur, shoving past the frozen knights and seizing the fallen soldier by his collar. The man was unconscious, so Adrian simply hoisted the dead weight onto his own shoulders. Then he unleashed a guttural roar. "What are you staring at? Move or die." The soldiers snapped to attention. "Yes, Your Highness." The battered group struggled toward the looming silhouette of the fortress. Adrian's breath came in ragged gasps as the hellish ordeal finally neared its conclusion. Each remaining yard was a brutal war against sheer physical collapse. Adrian finally slumped to his knees as they cleared the pass. He glared at the sky and hissed, "This cursed blizzard. If you're gonna quit, then just bloody in it already." The sky fractured open instantly, the storm vanishing as if it were a mere hallucination. Bill stepped forward into the sudden silence and came to a halt. He turned slowly, a grim smile playing on his lips. Above them, a battle-worn flag was hoisted high into the freezing air. Bill spoke with formal gravity. "As the sovereign of Van Hart and commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion, I welcome the first prince to our iron halls." A flash of predatory excitement sparked across Adrian's face at those words. Bill offered a grim smile and proclaimed, "Welcome to the heart of the North, Winter Castle." Winter Castle is the realm's northernmost bulwark. It stands as a lonely sentinel against the monstrosities of the Blade Mountain Range and the relentless beastkin. Vicious veterans often spat curses about this hellhole. That place is a godforsaken death trap. It's freezing, desolate, and the mortality rate is a joke. It's the one grave I never want to visit twice. Truly a nightmare for any common soldier. Even high-born ladies whispered behind lace fans. Winter Castle is the Van Hart's greatest sword, but it is also their heaviest shackle. What beauty is there to find in such a treacherous, frozen wasteland? While the nobles speculated on the fortress's political weight, the massive gates groaned open once more, and a black-haired warrior emerged from the mist. To those who drew their first breath in Van Hart, this fortress represented a sacred, lifelong duty and a source of pride they would carry into their graves. The young man slammed a fist over his heart and roared, "Vincent Van Hart, as of this hour, I relinquish my duties as acting commander and return to my post as captain of the Rangers. I am relieved you have returned, father. Bill gripped his son's shoulder firmly. You've held the line well, Vincent. A mocking voice drifted from the rear. Well, look at that. Uncle, you actually managed to sire a son? Bill glanced back with a dry retort. How old do you take me for? Did you think my lineage would end with me? Adrian scrutinized Vincent's features. He shares your likeness, especially that insufferably stubborn jawline. Bill began the formal introductions. Vincent, I present His Highness, First Prince Adrian. Vincent offered a rigid bow. Captain of the Van Hart Rangers, Vincent Van Hart. It is a duty to host the First Prince. His disciplined aura left a favorable impression. A pleasure to meet you. In reality, Vincent was a powder keg of resentment. Winter Castle was a sanctuary for true warriors willing to bleed for a noble cause. It was no playground for a royal exile kicked out of the capital to loiter about with a harem of women in tow. A castle knight motioned to Adrian. Your Highness, my father will escort you. He accepted with a curt fine. Nearby, Vincent's face turned purple with rage. Why is father playing tour guide for a man like that? Father, what kind of madness is this? Bill replied with calm authority, exactly what it looks like. I have become Adrian's patron, and he will remain within Van Hart's walls for the foreseeable future. Vincent's indignation boiled over. Is he not just a royal reject discarded by the king? Did you not once brand him a talentless piece of trash with a rotted soul? At this, Bill cast a long look toward the horizon. He offered only a simple, heavy observation. Men can evolve. He followed it with a stern warning. I have only one directive for you, Vincent. Observe the man himself, and do not let your prejudices blind you to the truth. Shortly after, they gathered in the war room. What is the status of the monster den purges? Vincent stood at the map. We've been hunting them relentlessly, but vast sectors remain infested. Now that you're back, father, I'm launching a full-scale extermination. Bill shifted his focus. And what are the local threats? Vincent's finger jabbed a specific point on the parchment. With a tone of mounting concern, he added, the true plague is the orcs. A small warband of 20 orcs has seized the mountain pass. Bill responded instantly. At that number, ranger arrows alone won't be enough to dislodge them. Vincent nodded grimly. Correct. I'm currently hand-picking the castle's finest knights for a frontal assault. Unexpectedly, Adrian's voice cut through the tension like a blade. I'll handle this pest control. His casual tone sparked a chorus of protests. Your Highness, the orcs of the Blade Mountains are monsters of a different breed. A single mistake could ruin the entire ranger campaign. Adrian ignored the noise and looked to Bill for approval. Bill understood the unspoken challenge and turned to his son. Vincent, give me the exact intelligence on this orc pack. He detailed the threat. Reports confirm 20 at most. We haven't spotted warriors or shamans yet, but we must assume the worst. Bill looked Adrian in the eye. Are you certain you can deliver their heads? Vincent was so appalled he slammed the strategy table and surged to his feet. Father, that mountain pass. It is a vital artery for the Rangers. If that pass becomes a botched bloodbath, our logistics will be crippled for months. Furthermore, if the prince dies on our watch, Van Hart's neck will be. Adrian simply smirked. He raised a sharp rat, didn't he? However, Bill's resolve was set in stone. Enough. Adrian, name your requirements. Adrian began outlining his strategy. First, give me 3 expert guides. Then, I need to overhaul my men's equipment. If you have crossbows in the armory, consider them borrowed. Bill nodded, sealing the pact. Consider it done. I'll have the gear ready by dawn. Only Vincent remained, staring in utter disbelief at the reckless gamble unfolding before him. The order reached the prince's retainers. We're deploying. One soldier blinked in confusion. Wait, what? Deploying where? Adrian explained with cold precision. We've been assigned an orc subjugation. Expect 20 targets. Be ready for elite warriors or shamans. The knight scratched his head, looking uneasy. Your Highness, the 3rd Legion is right here. Why send us? Our duty is to be your shield, not monster hunters. This was the opening Adrian wanted. Precisely. To shield me, you must follow me into the fire. The 3rd Legion will deliver your new kit today. Gear up and report for inspection. Left with no choice, they bowed to the inevitable. Yes, Your Highness. Adrian watched them depart, a critical glint in his eye. Unreliable or not, these are the tools I have. I'll forge them into something lethal because they look like pathetic sheep during that blizzard. Still, they are elites handpicked by the 7th Prince, and their prowess is undeniable. Hansek's tactical readouts flash. Mastery in swordsmanship, strategy, siege defense, and infantry formations. However, there's one soldier in the ranks whose presence feels suspiciously out of place. Dawn broke over the frozen peaks with ruthless speed. The hour of the hunt had arrived. Adrian stared at Vincent standing at the vanguard and scoffed. You're telling me this is the guide? His blatant dismissal stung Vincent's pride. Your Highness, if this campaign falters, the fallout will be catastrophic. Adrian shrugged with icy nonchalance. It won't fail. Vincent's temper flared. You're being dangerously naive. The air between the two crackled with a mutual, razor-sharp hostility. Suddenly, a system interface flickered into existence before Adrian's eyes. He scanned the data, analyzing in silence. I can't even read his stats. Is he at least a 3-chain knight? And that group trailing behind. Only one is a true ranger. The rest are elite knights masquerading as scouts. They likely intend to overshadow me and seize control if things get messy. No matter, I'll let them play their little game for now. Adrian turned and gave a sharp signal. As for you, Adelia, you're staying behind, so ease up. Her expression crumbled into disappointment. I apologize for being a burden, sire. In truth, Adrian was protecting his investment. If her growth traits skew now, he'd lose his best asset. The march began. Vincent's voice was a constant drone. Maintain the rhythm. Conserve every ounce of stamina. Once exhaustion sets in, your limbs turn to ice, and you're as good as dead. In the Blade Mountains, one slip on the permafrost is a death sentence. Adrian's gaze darkened. This brat is even more talkative than his father. A sudden rustle in the thicket revealed a small rabbit darting through the snow. Adrian noted the knights tensing up. A rabbit? Farther up, through the lens of a scout's binoculars. They finally locked onto their true prey. A cluster of savage orcs were hunched over, gorging themselves on a fresh kill. Vincent's lead scout turned grim, his hand going to his blade. He signaled back to the group. Orc pack dead ahead. What are your orders? Adrian raised a single hand, his eyes burning with anticipation. The knights silently fanned out, loading their crossbows with mechanical precision. An orc's head snapped up, sensing a disturbance in the wind. Adrian stepped out from the shadows, walking directly toward the beasts. A predator's grin split his face. Hey, it's been a lifetime, hasn't it? He dropped his hand, and a hail of bolts whistled through the air, piercing green flesh instantly. Adrian dropped into a low, lethal stance. The ground shook under the weight of charging monsters. His vision narrowed to razor points as he slowly unsheathed his steel. With a burst of speed, Adrian lunged at the lead orc. Visceral growls saturated with killing intent erupted, but Adrian simply let out a dark, ecstatic laugh as he dove headlong into the carnage. His first strike was a thunderous arc of steel. The iron tang of blood instantly choked the air. Adrian became a whirlwind of violence, carving a path through the pack. His face radiated pure, unadulterated joy. This is the hunger I've been starving to feed. Absolute perfection. This is the only atmosphere where I truly feel alive. In that instant, Awen charged forward, screaming, "Your Highness, get back." But Adrian cut her off with a roar of command. "Stay out of my way." The sheer intensity of his voice rooted Awen to the spot, her breath hitching in surprise. Adrian was no longer in the present. He was consumed by the dance of death. He grinned through the spray of gore, knowing that if any commoner stepped into his radius. This was a rhythm from 4 centuries ago, an age when orcs weren't just pests, but the brutal lords of the continent. This wasn't a grand myth or a polished hero's journey. It was the legacy of a man whose name was erased from time. The anthem of a desperate man who fueled his blade with hatred. The mournful cry of a father who fought until his last heartbeat failed, stacking pale, lifeless corpses until they rivaled the mountains. The fleeting, violent melody of a man who lived only for vengeance. Standing amidst a crimson pool, he whispered, "I sing the song of retribution." Back at the capital, a heavy purse of coin hit the table with a dull thud. Joseph spoke nervously. "Winter Castle is a graveyard for the unwary." The old man remained unfazed. "Relax. There won't be any real danger for you." The Count let out a derisive snicker. What could that waste of a prince possibly achieve? He'll just cower in the fortress and try to leech off his uncle's glory. His voice grew oily with malice. "Forget the trash prince. Focus on Van Hart. Watch Winter Castle like a hawk and report every twitch back to me." Joseph's fingers tightened around the blood money. The Count leaned in, eyes narrowing. "Can I count on you?" After a heavy pause, the spy gave his answer. "I shall carry out your will, Count." Snapping back to the present, Joseph is paralyzed with terror. "I was a fool. They lied to me." Before his trembling eyes stands an orc driven into a murderous frenzy. "This is a nightmare beyond anything I was promised." On's voice tore through the air. "First row, hold the line. Advance." The instant the command left her lips, a massive orc launched a savage assault. Caught in the maw of this crisis, Joseph is rooted to the spot by fear. Damn it, what do I do? The relentless orders force his hands to thrust the spear. "Second row, strike now." Seconds after the desperate thrust, Joseph slowly forced his eyes open. The orc loomed over him like a mountain of muscle. His attack had been as useless as a needle against stone. Crushed by pure dread, Joseph let his weapon clatter to the ground. It's over. But at that heartbeat, a silhouette from behind him blurred into a lethal lunge. Exploiting the beast's momentary distraction, Awn struck with serpentine speed. As she danced past the monster, her blade sang, severing its arm in one clean arc. The beast collapsed, silenced forever by her cold steel. The severed limb, thudding nearby, sent Joseph scrambling backward in a panic. Awn's voice was like a whip. "This is a war zone. If you drop your steel again, you're dead." Joseph nodded frantically. "Why, yes, ma'am." Suddenly, a phalanx of soldiers began to rally around Awn. She leveled her blade at the gathering horde and roared, "All units, steel yourselves for combat." Even as she gave the order, a seed of doubt took root. There are too many. With these meager numbers, we're facing a massacre. Suddenly, her pupils dilated as the thick, metallic stench of fresh gore choked the air. The orc directly in her path was abruptly, violently skewered. Their agonizing shrieks echoed through the pass, turning Joseph's face a ghostly white. The rest of the soldiers froze, stunned into a deathly silence. Awn stood transfixed as a crimson spray painted the snow before her. On the other side, Adrian was casually wrenching his blade from the steaming carcass of his prey. The orc's massive frame hit the earth with a heavy thud, deepening the suffocating tension. In that exact moment, the dormant bloodlust within Adrian's soul ignited into a raging inferno. Sensing a frightening shift in his aura, Awn called out hesitantly, "Your Highness?" He offered no reply, only slowly tilting his head upward with a predatory gaze. In a flash, Adrian charged back into the fray, ignoring the desperate shouts behind him. "Your Highness, wait!" Every stride he took was heavy with a frantic, soul-consuming urgency. Deep within his psyche, Adrian was reliving the carnage of a forgotten age. It's not enough. It will never be enough. In that past life, his master had wielded him like a living scythe against the orc tide, no matter the mountain of bodies. He didn't pause for breath. He simply tore through the next target. 10, 20, 100. It was never sufficient. Yet, that man's face had remained a mask of hollow stone, a wraith relentlessly pursuing the nectar of enemy blood. The man's overwhelming, crushing aura flooded back to Adrian. He had been a phantom wandering the blighted wastes ruled by monsters. A savage orc swung a rusted axe downward, but he surged upward, defying gravity with a single leap. Seizing the opening, he reduced the beast to a charred husk of ash. Leaving the smoldering remains behind, he walked on, untroubled and cold. By then, the very snow beneath his boots was a river of scarlet. The mana in his veins had long since evaporated into nothingness. His frame staggered, radiating a burning, baleful red light, yet his crusade refused to end. Slowly, he looked up, drenching himself in the blood and consuming the very essence of the fallen orcs. In a terrifying heartbeat, his hair bled into a ghostly, brilliant white. With every agonizing step, the man grew older, his vitality withered by the cost of his power. Only the sentient magic sore in his grip kept him upright, incinerating his remaining life force to fulfill a final, desperate wish. To avenge those who had been butchered until not a single trace of their existence remained. Bearing witness to this tragic memory, Adrian's face twisted in a mask of pure horror. A horrific vision of a world painted entirely in shades of blood. That carnage was a macabre, soul-soothing ritual dedicated to the wife and daughter he had lost. Snapping back to the slaughter, his gaze burned with a terrifying intensity, and finally, every fiber of his being locked onto a single, blood-red banner, facing the eternal nemesis with whom he could never share the same sky. His physical form was nothing more than a mangled wreck, held together by sheer spite and open wounds. A ghostly, exhausted smile flickered across his blood-stained lips. In the next heartbeat, he lunged forward with the primal ferocity of a starved predator, squaring off against the monstrous Orc King. He vanished into a blur, closing the gap in an instant to claim the beast's head. But the Orc King was a titan of war. It caught him mid-air with effortless cruelty. It unleashed its tectonic strength, crushing his bones before slamming him into the frozen earth. His broken body was swallowed by the deep, uncaring snow. That catastrophic impact left his mind reeling. His final gamble had failed, and his time had run out. The Orc King loomed over him, slowly raising a massive fist, leaving only that tattered flag to witness the end. The warrior lay shattered in the drifts, yet he refused to surrender even as his heart stuttered. He clawed at the air, struggling to drag in those agonizing final breaths. As he lay dying, the world dissolved into a hazy, flickering blur of gray. It was a saga never whispered to his soul, and in the end, his final words perished in the cold, a tragedy forgotten by history. Yet, Rowan rested silently in his grip. Perhaps I'm the sole witness to his silent, lonely war. The sudden fracture of the memory sent a jolt of electricity through Adrian's nerves. He stood amidst a literal mountain of orc carcasses. Suddenly, the cacophony of reality rushed back in. He scanned the perimeter, realizing the skirmish was still raging. Knights, pin him down. Everyone else, initiate the purge. Adrian's fingers white-knuckled around the hilt of his blade. A spark of ancient fire ignited in his eyes. I remember everything. A tidal wave of raw emotion, a frenzied, holy fire erupted within him. The Song of Vengeance was a masterpiece left unfinished. Adrian swore to himself that he would be the one to write the final note. With that grim resolve, he began reaping orc lives with mechanical precision. After felling 3 beasts in a single breath, Adrian launched himself forward like a ballista bolt. He buried his steel deep into an orc's gut, unleashing a fountain of obsidian gore. Adrian's face remained a mask of frozen stone. A new, haunting verse was etched into the Song of Vengeance. The lyrics thundered in his soul, piling pale corpses into a mountain of grief as a crimson lake gathers at my feet. Mid-slaughter, Adrian's voice drifted out in a low growl, and I stand at the summit of this grave. He loomed over the dying orc, the melody of retribution resonating through the air. I stand at this altar of blood, honoring your tortured soul. As the last note faded, the system chimed. The song of vengeance has evolved into the soul-soothing requiem. The crimson haze lifted, and his mind returned to a chilling, razor-sharp focus. Adrian surveyed the carnage. He spotted Bill and Vincent rallying in his wake, their banners snapping proudly in the wind. The orc's tribal standard was shattered, cast down into the filth. Vincent roared with unbridled conviction. The orc scum are annihilated. In his heart, he tasted the sweetness of total victory. With a triumphant fist raised, Vincent bellowed, "The day is ours." Victory for Van Hart. Adrian, however, was consumed by a different thought, the true name of that forgotten warrior. Watching the young captain, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Vincent Van Hart, the heir to the North, a man who lived for the hunt and died to cleanse the world of orcs. Adrian's mind raced. Does he bear the same name as that wretched avenger from the past? Centuries ago, that dying man had whispered, "Even if fate grants me another life." His voice grew heavy with destiny. "I will finish what I started." Adrian stared at Vincent, breathless. How terrifyingly perfect this overlap is.